Xianxia was overjoyed. He suddenly shouted, and his hand seals changed hundreds of times in an instant. Countless runes flew up on the barrier, and with a boom, the magic tree and golden wheel were knocked away. This sudden change made everyone's eyes look up at the sky. Yuan also frowned and grabbed the golden wheel of the magic tree, a murderous look flashing in her eyes. When Yun Xiao saw the man, he was pleasantly surprised and said, "Lord Nine Abyss." In the sky, the young-looking powerhouse was the Lord of the Abyss, Nine Abyss, whom he had met in the forest of the sea. Fei and I and the others were also surprised and overjoyed. Back then, they had already felt that Zhou Yuan's strength was extraordinary. Today, seeing that he could actually contend with Yuan, they were pleasantly surprised. "There's another rat," Shang said coldly. However, her expression darkened, and she looked even more serious than when she saw Shen Yuanyao. "Nine Abyss? You're the Lord of the Abyss." Shen Yuanyao was suddenly shocked. "For a long time, the aura that I felt in the realm sinkhole was you?" Zhou Yuan had been expressionless the whole time, and even at this moment, he only nodded slightly. Shen Yuanyao's expression turned serious, and he said, joyfully, "Junior Shen Yuanyao greets Senior." This scene made everyone's jaws drop. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles bowed to a young man with a slightly tender face and called him Senior Xianxia. However, no one laughed because Zhou Yuan was the master of the abyss. His qualifications, age, and even strength were unknown. Since Shen Yuanyao dared to call him that, he must be right. Yuan stared at Zhou Yuan for a while and suddenly said, "How many Jiawang are there in the heavenly martial realm?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat. These words revealed too much information, and they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Could it be that Zhou Yuan was actually a world king? "Perhaps I'm the only one left in Xianxia," Zhou Yuan said as he turned his gaze over. Yun Xiao and the others all gasped, but then they were overjoyed and could not help but feel excited. "But the new generation of true dragons is about to be born. There will be two then," Zhou Yuan said after thinking for a while. "In that case, I'll have to kill you now," Yuan said coldly. "It'll save me some trouble killing two world kings later." "You can't kill me," Zhou Yuan said. "You're so confident," he laughed. Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, "This isn't confidence, it's observation." Ever since he stepped into the World King realm, he had been observing the world pit, observing the power left behind by that person, hoping to comprehend something from it. "That's why I'm very observant." Yuan's expression changed, but she still said sarcastically, "What did you observe?" Zhou Yuan stared at her, making Yuan's hair stand on end. He angrily rebuked, "What are you looking at?" Zhou Yuan retracted his gaze and said, "You've just condensed the holy demon true body. You were struck by the world-destroying sacred thunder not long ago. Your demonic aura has been shaken. If you don't stabilize your demonic aura in seclusion as soon as possible, it will definitely affect your future cultivation." "What a joke," Yuan laughed. "You can even see this lord's future prospects. Isn't this a bit too much nonsense?" Zhou Yuan still looked indifferent and said, "Your demonic chi foundation isn't stable, and you've just devoured the Saint Demon realm, so your realm isn't stable either. You should be able to feel it yourself. Isn't your strength slipping away bit by bit? If you're determined to fight me, it'll be difficult for me to win, but you'll also be in danger of falling from your cultivation level." A look of fury appeared on Yuan's face, and she rebuked, "Even so, it's worth it to kill you, the only regional king in the realm of heavenly martial arts." Although she was overbearing, she was obviously lacking in confidence, which proved that Zhou Yuan's words were reasonable and she herself agreed with them. Zhou Yuan said, "You should know whether it's worth it or not. Besides, you can't kill me. I'll let you know your ignorance and arrogance right away." The referee rebuked angrily. A ray of light shot out from her hand. The Agon bone cleaver appeared in an instant and slashed through the air. Boom! The sky was split into two without any suspense, and the saber momentum fell down majestically, about to hit Zhou Yuan. Boom! Zhou Yuan's body was shattered by the bone cleaver and instantly scattered into countless light beams. However, the light that shot out did not die out. Instead, It turned into light balls and then condensed in the sky, forming Zhou Yuan's body. Zhou Yuan's face was a little pale, and it was obvious that he did not feel good under the knife. He still looked at Yuan coldly. Yuan's expression finally changed. The bone cleaver in her hand turned into demonic qi and dissipated, as if she didn't want to make a second strike. All right, after I've stabilized my devil essence, I'll come to this world again. At that time you'll all die, including this realm. They all have to die, she cried out hoarsely, her sharp eyes shooting at Xianxia as she gritted her teeth and said, "During this time, you must not die. I'll definitely think of 100 ways to make you wish you were dead." Xianxia's eyes widened. "I'm going to die. So what?" he said. "If you have the ability, then kill me now." "You coward." Yuan was choked by his words and almost spat out blood. Her eyes shot out a cold light as she gritted her teeth and said, "Good, good. The more despicable you are, the more I'll feel happy when I deal with you." Without waiting for Xiao's answer, she flashed away. She was afraid that Xiao would say something that would make her vomit blood and anger her to death. If it was in the past, even if his realm fell, he would kill Zhou Yuan and the others to vent his hatred. However, Shuokuan's face and words remained in her mind. The pursuit of a higher realm, the two of them becoming stronger together, was Shuokuan's long-cherished wish. "The two of us will be together forever. As long as I become the Lord of the 1,000 realms, he will also become the Lord of the 1,000 realms." He felt a wave of grief in his heart, but he was also extremely confident. Therefore, she would not allow any factors to affect her cultivation. If Zhou Yuan had not appeared, she was confident that Shenyuan Yao alone would be enough to crush everything. However, Zhou Yuan's appearance and his attempt with the knife had shaken her. "Wait until I've stabilized my realm, then I'll come back and crush you one by one." "Li Yunxiao, please don't die," he shouted in his heart. His figure changed several times in the void and finally disappeared above the North Sea. He left. Fanny looked as if she had just survived a disaster, but there was still a glint of fear in her eyes. Yunxiao was a little puzzled. He looked up at the sky and said, "Lord Zhou Yuan, why don't you fight with her? You have to lower her realm even at the risk of being injured. If we let her return to the Mo realm, after her realm is stabilized, she will be invincible in this world. I'm afraid that even Darren will not be her opponent." His tone carried a sense of blame, as if he was very distressed. Zhou Yuan's face was paler than before, and when he opened his mouth, a line of blood slid down from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, his injury was more serious than what everyone saw. "What does it have to do with me that she's invincible in this world?" Zhou Yuan's words stunned everyone, especially Yunxiao, whose favorable impression of him instantly dropped. Zhou Yuan continued, "I didn't participate in the demon sealing war back then. I don't intend to participate this time either. It's just a coincidence that I met him. The power of the holy demon was strong, and it was possible for it to slaughter the living beings of a world, but it was probably impossible for it to destroy the world. As long as time passes, countless years later, there will still be living beings born in this world. It's just a cycle. Everyone..." Yunxiao was speechless. "What? Darren is really open-minded." Zhou Yuan said, "That's how it is. I'm not wrong. All living beings, even if they were not destroyed by the hands of the holy demon, would die sooner or later and begin the cycle of a new era. This was the heavenly Tao. Even if it's a holy demon, it's still within the heavenly Tao, so there's nothing to be surprised about." His words made everyone extremely depressed. "So," Yunxiao said coldly, "does this mean that we are a bunch of fools if we unite to resist the devil realm? What you're doing is meaningless, and it even goes against the heavenly Tao of holy demon apocalypse." Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "The heavenly Tao is heartless, but you have feelings. That's why you can't get rid of the word love. The love to the realm of heavenly martial arts, the love to your friends, and the love to your loved ones. That's why you're busy running around and fighting for the love. It is also within the heavenly Tao." "So, my lord is already heartless?" Yunxiao said rudely. Zhou Yuan said, I can be considered heartless, but I'm not heartless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to save you. Everyone's Tao is different, so I won't take part in the matter between the two realms. Today was purely an accident. What if the demons come to the gate of the abyss? Yunxiao asked coldly. That's because there's no other way, Zhou Yuan said with a frown. We naturally have to resist. Yunxiao raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Good! Since my lord has said so, I'll open a crack at the entrance of the abyss that leads directly to the demon world and break through the two worlds in front of your house. Hee. There's no need to thank me, my lord. Please call me Lei Feng. You're so silly. Zhou Yuan was rendered speechless and did not know how to answer. After a moment of silence, he said, How can the passageway between the two worlds be so easily broken through? Moreover, the space of the abyss is extremely stable and firm, which is harder to penetrate than other places in the heavenly martial realm. I see. Thank you for your reminder, my lord. That's right. Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, In the future, if the demons invade, I'll just lure them here, right? Or you can build a few large teleportation formations in front of your house, each one leading to a different crack. Hey, let the Lord have a good time. Fei and I also covered her mouth and laughed. That's right. The realm of heaven martial arts belongs to everyone. Why should we fight with our lives in front of everyone? So many people have died to protect this realm, while some people hide in the back and enjoy the fruits of our victory with the excuse of being heartless. This is too shameless. Zhou Yuan was silent for a while before sighing. At my level, I really don't care much about the outside world. I only want to reach a higher realm. The war of the two worlds is indeed difficult to stir up. Who doesn't want to pursue a higher realm? Yunxiao said coldly. Who liked to kill until they were covered in injuries or even died? If we weren't in front of you, would you still be able to pursue a higher realm? This time, it's Darren's turn to fight at the front. Let's all pursue a higher realm, okay? We also want to continue moving forward. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. What should we do? Zhou Yuan was speechless and sighed. Alliance Master Yun, what do you think we should do? Yunxiao's eyes flickered, and he knew that he had convinced the man. Overjoyed, he said, Naturally, it's to join the anti-demon army and contribute your strength. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. Beifeng then let out a long sigh, his tone carrying a hint of blame. If you were willing to help 100,000 years ago, perhaps we wouldn't have to sacrifice so many of our comrades. The realm of heavenly martial arts might be in a different state now. Zhou Yuan did not get angry, and his face was still indifferent. He did not refute Bai Mingnan's words, nor did he take them to heart. Shen Yuanyao also walked over and cupped his fists. Nowadays, the talents in the heavenly martial arts world are dwindling, and you are the only Jiawang expert. In such a time of crisis, in the autumn of life and death, if Darren doesn't step forward, who else can step forward to take responsibility? Zhou Yuan said, All right, since I've taken action this time, I'm also involved in this dispute. If there's anything big, come to this world pit and find me. Don't bother me with other small matters. Yunxiao was overjoyed. Of course, I don't dare to disturb you for a small matter, senior. He said hurriedly. I'm not afraid to disturb you. But there's one more thing, he said with a troubled expression. Zhou Yuan frowned and said, We are cultivators. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. If you can agree, you will naturally agree. If you can't agree, you will never agree no matter what you say. Yunxiao chuckled and said, I'll get straight to the point then. Back in the forest of the sea, those deep-sea giant beasts that Senior fought with seemed to be different from the ones that water celestials could summon. You want the deep-sea giant beast to help you fight? Zhu Yuan pondered for a moment and asked. Not for me, Yunxiao interrupted with a wave of his hand. You're fighting for the heavenly martial realm, which means you're fighting for yourself, Senior. You really know how to talk, Zhou Yuan said with a bitter smile. It's not a matter of whether you can speak or not, Yunxiao said. It's a fact. If Senior can agree, then Senior will naturally agree. If Senior can't agree, then no matter what I say, I will never agree. Zhou Yuan said, "You don't need to use my words to pressure me. I'll agree to this. The abyssal race is the oldest race in this world. They are the first batch of living beings born in this era." What? Number one of the new age? Everyone was shocked. They had heard Zhou Yuan talk about the heavenly Tao, talking about the process of time and the cycle of the universe. They thought he was just trying to be mysterious. They didn't expect that there was really such a long-time existence. "Back then, I once saved a swan and I, an abyssal behemoth," Bo Mu said in embarrassment. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "I know about this. So it made a contract with you. As long as there is an existence among your descendants who can be recognized by it, you can borrow its power. The giant abyssal beasts summoned by the water fairy live at the top of the abyss. They are the offspring of the weakened abyssal creatures." "So that's how it is," Bo Mu said in realization. "Many thanks to that giant beast senior back then for being able to protect my lineage for 100,000 years. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "It's just repaying a favor. However, you can be considered to be fated with the abyssal race. In that case, I'll pass on the summoning technique to you. You'll continue to summon them with this bloodline." "Many thanks for Senior's appreciation." Bo Mu was startled, then said with great joy. Zhou Yuan mumbled to himself and directly transmitted his voice to him. He then made a hand seal with one hand and pointed a finger at Bo Mu. Immediately, a black light transformed into a seal that entered Bo Mu's body in a flash. After doing this, Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, "All of you can leave. If there's nothing, don't disturb me. If there's anything you need, just send someone here and call me 3 times. "Wait," Xianxia said hurriedly. "My lord, I still have one more thing to ask about that world pit buy-in. You want the Dharmakaya of the imprisoned dragon son and the astral wind spirit?" Zhou Yuan glanced at him and asked. "Oh." Xianxia was overjoyed. "My lord, you've seen them?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "I've seen them. The 2 of them are also in that world pit." "That's great." "Good." Xianxia clapped his hands and praised. "Can I take them away?" Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Of course, as long as they are willing. But I guess you'll probably use force." "Why? Is it because of that realm pit?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "Is it because of that realm pit? Do you know what a realm pit means?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "I hope you can explain it in detail." Xianxia cupped his fists and said. The rest of the people also perked up their ears, and the atmosphere became tense. Xianxia was the only one who remained calm. It was obvious that he was aware of this, but he still listened attentively. "The so-called realm pit is the pit of a realm," Zhou Yuan said. Everyone, "Hee." Zhou Yuan said, "You may not understand. What was a realm? A world is the world we are in. No matter what form it is, be it a plane, a ball, or a square, it is still connected together, flat and unobstructed. And the world pit is a pit that was created in this flat world." "Just like breaking space?" Xianxia asked. "What?" Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "You can understand it that way. However, the actual situation is much more complicated. This is because the spatial attribute is much lower than the attribute of a world. To break through a world, one must have power that surpasses a world, otherwise it is impossible." "What?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "My lord, do you mean that the realm pit nearby was once made by a force that surpassed this realm?" "Yes," Zhou Yuan said. "Furthermore, it was very hard to recover from the realm crater. If the realm of heavenly martial arts was compared to a person, he would recover by himself after being injured. Even the world crater had the possibility of recovery, but it would take a long time. And even if it recovers, it will become the scar of this world, which is the weak point." Xianxia seemed to understand. "Then Darren has been observing this realm pit all day for the sake of Tao Wu." "Not bad." Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "It's to figure out the power that can penetrate a world. This pit has always been in the land of 10,000 spirits, and it is the closest pit in the realm of heavenly martial arts, so the reference value is greater." "Then, my lord, you said that you would take Chiu and Crocodile away by force," Xianxia said. Are they also trying to figure out the realm pit? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Qiu's soul had completely dissipated, and there was only a wisp of pure power left in his body. Because he had no wild thoughts and no distracting thoughts, he was the closest to the heavenly Tao. That crocodile was originally formed from the astral wind spirit transformation, and it itself was formed from the 5 elements condensed from the power of the heavenly Tao. Right now, it's still intoxicated in that world pit. Fuck. I'm risking my life here while they're drunk. No, I must take them away, Yun Xiao said indignantly, his face filled with jealousy. Shen Yuanyao suddenly asked, My lord, is this realm pit related to the fall of 10,000 spirits? When this old man was in seclusion, a wisp of my divine soul traveled outside and was occasionally able to enter the land of 10,000 spirits and feel the power of the world pit. Senior should be able to travel without any obstacles, right? Naturally, Zhou Yuan replied. The land of 10,000 spirits was a broken fragment of the dragon field, and it was also the largest piece. Although the dragon field is strong, it's still within the realm power. It naturally can't stop me. As for the origin of this realm pit, it was indeed a major reason for the fall of 10,000 spirits back then. The realm pit was created by an expert who broke through the dragon field and made a pit in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Who is it? Yun Xiao asked in surprise. How can he kill 10,000 spirits, create the realm pit, and cause the strength of Luanyu to fall? 9 Abyss. Suddenly, a loud shout came from 100,000 feet away. It was Yuri and the other 2. The person who was angrily rebuking him was Luanyu. His eyes were spitting fire as he glared over. Luanyu gritted his teeth and said hatefully, In the past, you and I could be considered to have a good friendship. Today, you actually betrayed me. The 3 of them stood far away, not daring to get too close. Although Yun Xiao and the others were all injured and might not lose if they really fought, Luanyu was already afraid and did not dare to rush forward and start a conflict. What do you mean? Zhou Yuan was stunned. Yun Xiao's eyes gleamed as he recalled the voice in his heart. Only by using the soul of my true spirit as the sword spirit can I suppress my master's ups and downs. He could not help but lick his lips and sneer. That's right. Why would Lord Yuri say such a thing? How did Lord 9 Abyss betray you? Fei and I and the rest were also confused and sneered. Luanyu said angrily, During the battle in the forest of the sea, you were clearly able to kill them, but you hid and didn't make a move. That demoness could have killed them today, but you saved her and helped her. Now, you've even revealed the secret of the fall of 10,000 spirits. You've really sold me out completely. Zhou Yuan was silent for a moment and said, That day, you came to the abyss to find me. You hoped that I would help you. I'm only traveling with you because we've met several times, and I've indeed held back a large number of their men. As for repelling Mo Yuan, this was everyone's responsibility. As for the land of 10,000 spirits, is that a secret? Luanyu was speechless and didn't know how to respond. He angrily said, So are you with them now, or are you still my friend? Zhou Yuan shook his head and sighed. I'm not with them, and I won't be your friend. I have my own things to do, but I promised Yun Xiao that if the fiends invade, I will not stand by and do nothing. Humph, you're making it sound so nice, but you're still on their side, Luanyu said angrily. Think whatever you want, Zhou Yuan said. Whoever is on the side of the righteous path, I will be on the same side. Since you don't like me talking about the land of 10,000 spirits, then I won't talk about it. When Yun Xiao saw that the secret he was about to know was gone, he said angrily, Luanyu, what right do you have? This land of 10,000 spirits doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all the spirits in the world, so why can't you let others talk about it? Hee. Luanyu laughed coldly, because this land of 10,000 spirits used to be the dragon field. It was mine, even if the land of 10,000 spirits is yours. Yun Xiao sneered. The realm pit isn't, is it? The world pit was created when another expert blew you up, so the ownership of it should belong to the person who blew you up, right? Luanyu was so angry that he almost exploded. He roared, Shut up! Shut up! Yun Xiao said coldly, You should be the one who should shut up. "Kill these three," he shouted with a wave of his hand. E and the others had been waiting for orders for a long time. When they heard this, their figures flickered and they all made their moves. Tensome rays of light instantly flew over. Luanyu's expression changed greatly, and he immediately shouted, "Let's go!" Although Yuan was a little unwilling, there was nothing he could do. The three of them instantly turned into light and flew away. Yunxiao sneered. He had long seen through Luanyu's embarrassment, and if he had the confidence to fight, Luanyu would never have hidden hundreds of thousands of feet away and cursed. "Lord Zhou Yuan," Yunxiao said, "now that scum has left, you can continue." Zhou Yuan looked in the direction where Yuri had disappeared and could not help but sigh. Luanyu was also a Heaven's Pride expert who dominated the world back then. "I didn't expect that he would become like this. It's really sad. I chose my own path," Yunxiao said. "Every step I take now is the result of the choice I made in the past. There's nothing to sigh about." Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "I'm not too sure about the truth of the fall of 10,000 spirits. I only have a vague guess in my heart. But if it's only a guess, it's not convenient to say it. The one who broke through a world, destroyed the dragon realm, and killed all living beings was the ancestor of all demons six-winged." "What?" The referee's body trembled, and his face was filled with disbelief. He could only feel the blood in his body flowing rapidly, and his entire body was filled with unspeakable excitement. "Darren said that Swan'anai is the first ancestor of the demon race, the one who evolved the 5 insects, 7 birds, and 9 beasts, the one who is known as the parent body of the myriad demon race." Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "It's the 6 wings of 10,000 demons." Six-winged was originally only one of the true spirits, but his strength surpassed that of a true dragon, which eventually led to a great battle. "I don't know the details of the battle, and it's no longer important. What's important is whether or not six-winged has fallen. I'm afraid no one knows except for Zhiyu." "Ah!" The judge let out a loud cry. He was so shocked that he could not control himself. His entire body was trembling. The first ancestor of the demon race, a legendary figure, had immeasurable significance to the demon race. The legend that was thought to have been passed away a long time ago was unexpectedly involved in this day and even had the possibility of being alive. Richard felt that his brain was in a daze, completely petrified, and he could no longer think. If this news were to spread to the demon clan, it would cause a huge shock. Even Yunxiao and the others had their mouths wide open in shock. Zhou Yuan said, "In the countless years before the fall of 10,000 spirits, it was an era where true spirits dominated the world. As for six-winged, it's a relatively ancient true spirit. It's lived for even longer than me, and it's far superior to Luanyu. It's not too surprising that he was able to take that step and break through a world." Yunxiao regained his composure and said, "Can it be assumed that the one who killed the demon ancestor was Luanyu?" Yi's body trembled as his eyes were filled with boundless fury and killing intent. He did not think so at first, but with Yunxiao's words, he immediately understood, and he felt like his body was about to explode. Zhou Yuan frowned and said, "I don't know the exact situation back then. The only thing I'm sure of is that this world pit was created by six-winged. If you want to find out the details other than Luanyu, there might be another person who knows. After all, he was also one of the people in charge back then." Yunxiao's face flickered as if he had thought of someone. He blurted out, "Ultimate." Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. In Luanyu's era, there were countless experts, and the number of world kings was close to double digits. But even so, Yuri was still the leader of all living beings, the king of the entire world. But it's a pity that such a prosperous era was destroyed in a great war." Although he was rather emotional, his tone was very calm, as if he had already seen through the evolution of the heavenly Tao. "He has bad intentions," Yunxiao sneered. "He only has himself to blame. It seems that his evil is not limited to what we know. He can be blamed for the end of an era." "I don't know the details, so don't speculate," Zhou Yuan said. "If you want to go to the realm pit, then follow me. Since there are traces of power beyond the Realm King realm in that realm pit." Yunxiao suddenly said worriedly, "We don't want to leave, do we?" Maybe in the future, Zhou Yuan said with a smile. But I've observed for hundreds of thousands of years before I gained some insight. Everyone was extremely shocked when they heard this. It could be seen that the power of crossing realms was indeed not something that could be comprehended at will. Otherwise, it would not be that only a few people could break through to a realm in tens of millions of years. The group of people immediately headed towards the realm pit. At this moment, the world had collapsed, and the ocean could not be seen at all. Everywhere was a broken and dilapidated scene. The dragon field was also destroyed and scattered in the sky. An hour later, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by a green dragon field, as if the mountain was directly embedded in it. Everyone was surprised, and Xianxia said, "Why didn't we notice such a huge mountain before?" Zhou Yuan laughed. "Although the dragon field is dilapidated, it's far more vast than you can imagine. This giant mountain is magnificent, but it's actually very hidden." As they flew in, the mountain seemed to have become a world of its own, and the spiritual qi was unusually abundant. Xianxia even had the idea of bringing the entire mountain back to Yanwu. With everyone's escape techniques, they appeared on the top of the mountain in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Looking down, they couldn't help but be shocked. The entire mountain hollow was in the shape of a huge ring, and the interior was different from the outside world. The endless abyss was like a piece of black jade embedded in the entire mountain. The abyss was bottomless, but it was not as dark as ink, because there were stars in it, just like the sky. "This Bayan, what's going on?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "What's going on? Why are there so many stars?" Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Because this place has pierced through a realm. It leads directly to the great universe outside. It's the same as the starry sky we see. Or rather, this place is a pocket-sized starry sky." Everyone was attracted by this strange scene. They looked at it in a daze and sighed at the magical beauty of creation, while the people of this world were as small as dust. After a long while, Xianxia asked, "Where are Qiu and Crocodile? Are they all inside?" "Follow me," Zhou Yuan said with a smile. His figure flickered and he flew in first. The rest of the people hesitated for a moment, but they also followed. Soon, everyone's figures turned into ant-like black dots and disappeared into the pit. Everyone began to carefully observe their surroundings. It was very similar to the outer realm starry sky, but it was much more peaceful and quiet. Not far away, a white figure stood quietly. His eyes were closed and he was cultivating with hand seals. It was that prison. The crocodile was also floating in the air, motionless, as if it was asleep. A layer of starlight appeared on the two of them as if they were absorbing the power of the stars, but it was also a little strange. "Prison," Xianxia called. "Prison." The voice traveled over, but Qiu didn't respond. The crocodile, however, sensed it, and its body trembled as it opened its eyes. The huge eyeball moved quickly, turning up and down before it turned into a gust of wind and returned to Yunxiao's shoulder. Yunxiao smiled and patted his head to comfort him. "That reptile is still playing dead. Let's take him down," said Fanny. "Are you really going to take him away?" Zhou Yuan suddenly asked. Yunxiao could tell the meaning in his words, so he asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" Zhou Yuan sighed and said, "No problem. I just feel that it's a pity." Qiu was the one with the highest talent among the 9 Luanyu sons. If it wasn't for the fall of 10,000 spirits, he would have stepped into the realm of regional king. His current body was also at the consummate level of the creation realm, only one step away from the sacred body. With his current state of mind, it's not impossible for him to stay in the realm sinkhole. Everyone's faces changed. Yunxiao frowned and said, "If he enters the realm of regional king, is he a friend or a foe?" "I'm not sure about that," Zhou Yuan said. "If he could step into the World King realm and control the rules of a world, it might even be possible for him to recover his scattered soul. At that time, whether we're friends or enemies will be a lot of variables, right?" Yunxiao's face changed. "If the heavenly martial realm can have one more World King," he said, "I'm willing to pay any price. However, if a negative realm king came out, the harm he would bring to the realm of heaven martial arts would be incalculable." This bet is too big. I'm not betting. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he took out the Divine Realm tablet. A golden light flickered on the steel, and countless golden chains shot out, falling on the prisoner. It was the chain of laws contained in the Divine Realm tablet. Shen Yuanyao's pupils constricted, and he looked at the Divine Realm tablet with a complicated expression. The rest of the people also flickered and surrounded the prisoner. Voila, as soon as the chains of law fell, a golden light shot out from the prison Dharmakaya and shattered the chains when they were still a few inches away from him. Bang! Chio's eyes were wide open, and there was a burst of light. He struck out a palm and chased after the Divine Realm tablet. Then the dragon's eyes looked around, and a hint of solemnness appeared in its eyes. Be at ease and wait to be captured. Humph! Mo snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Originally, he didn't have much opinion about Chio, but when he thought of how Luan Yu led 10,000 spirits to kill the demon ancestor, a towering anger burned in his heart. With a loud sound, the Dark Will instantly appeared. The small capital Heaven Dark Will formation appeared in the starry sky and slashed down like sword chi. Prison's figure flickered, and as his body moved, the space around him also began to shake. He pushed his fists forward. With a loud boom, he shattered the void and tried to avoid the attack. However, the Misty Rock Master's cold voice rang out from behind him. Let's go back! The virtual light turned into a blade and directly cut the spine of the prisoner's back. Under the joint attack of the two creation realm experts, the space in front and behind him was sealed, and Chio could not escape at all. He swayed to the left and right, immediately creating hundreds of afterimages. His fists turned into thousands, and countless fist shadows overlapped together, blasting in all directions. The fist force spread out and actually connected into one, like a layer of light barrier protecting him. Boom! The netherworld array and the illusory light blades struck the light barrier. The entire space shook violently and became blurry. In that moment of daze, Chio used his body to resist the attack and instantly knocked away the two's joint attack. He turned into a black line and rushed out. The rest of the people were slightly surprised. The crocodile rushed out of Yunxiao's shoulder and turned into a gust of wind that circled around Chio, trapping him within. Chi chi! In the next second, a pair of hands reached out from the tornado, their fingers like an eagle's claws, and tore the wind curtain apart with brute force, forming a gap the size of a man, and Chio stepped out. However, everyone was prepared. As soon as Chio took half a step, a blade aura broke through the air. He subconsciously raised his arm to resist. Bang! The blade light exploded and golden light shot in all directions. Hao Feng took advantage of the situation and slashed at Chio's arm, forcing him back into the astral wind. The torn air gap immediately closed up. Yi and the Misty Rock Lord also moved over, forming a three-talent formation with Hao Feng and guarding around the whirlwind. Although the rest of the people were weaker, they also spread out their divine senses and locked onto the prisoner, leaving him with no way out. Everyone was in a deadlock. Zhou Yuan sighed and said indifferently, "Since you've made up your mind, I'll help you. I'll suppress him first. Whether or not you can obtain his body will depend on your own luck." Then he took a step forward and walked towards the astral wind. Chio seemed to have sensed something, and the originally silent whirlwind began to overflow with golden light. As if it was accumulating power, a golden blade of light suddenly slashed out from the wind. The astral winds were instantly shattered by the virtual light, turning into countless sharp blades that shot in all directions. After circling around in the sky, the sharp blades condensed into the shape of a crocodile around Yunxiao, its eyes widening in anger. The golden saber beam did not dissipate after shattering the gale. Instead, it spun in the air and then slashed at Yunxiao and the others under Chio's control. Zhou Yuan appeared beside the blade light in a flash, raised his hand, and pressed down with his finger. Bang! He pressed his finger against the light, and invisible spatial fluctuations spread out. The light and the prison were frozen, as if time and space had stopped. Zhou Yuan raised his hand again and cast a few seals into Chio's body. The illusionary light suddenly shattered, turning into specks of light and dissipating. Meanwhile, the prison seemed to have completely frozen time and space. It became dull and wooden, standing there like a statue. The dragon chi on his body dissipated. "Thank you for your help, my lord." Xianxia was overjoyed. Zhou Yuan said, "You've already made up your mind. The prisoner will definitely be captured by you. It's just a matter of time. I'm just trying to make it happen earlier." "Your Excellency always does things with reason," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "You have a set of theories." "Really?" Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked. Xianxia did not say a word. He just shook his head with a smile and put the prisoner back into the Divine Realm tablet, then cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to Darren's help this time, resolving our crisis. We are extremely grateful. Now that the heavenly martial arts realm is unstable, time is of the essence. I have to rush back to Yanwu to make preparations in advance to deal with the future." "You can go." Zhou Yuan waved his hand. In his opinion, the most important thing was not to disturb his cultivation. Xianxia had more or less guessed Shen Yuanyao's identity. He immediately looked at Shen Yuanyao and asked, "Where's Senior?" Shen Yuanyao pondered for a moment and said, "I'll continue to stay in the world crater to comprehend. If there's anything, just send someone to find me. I will not ignore the rise and fall of the realm of heavenly martial arts." Xianxia nodded. The realm king's surname was Shen Yuan, and Nanqiu was so respectful to him. There was no doubt that he was a descendant of the realm king's bloodline. Zhou Yuan suddenly said, "You should just let them be. I often see your soul lingering in the world pit. Although I have some insights, I can't fully integrate them. In addition to your limited lifespan and talent, it's almost impossible for you to break through to the world king realm." Shen Yuanyao's face was full of bitterness. He knew this in his heart, but he still had a glimmer of hope. After all, the traces of power left behind in the realm sinkhole were no small matter. He might be able to find a trace of opportunity to break through. But now that Zhou Yuan had mentioned it, his heart suddenly sank, and he knew that there was no hope in this life. "Actually, you know it yourself," Zhou Yuan said. "There's another way to become a world king." Shen Yuanyao was taken aback, and his expression changed slightly. He turned pale and shook his head bitterly. The others were all very curious, and Xianxia could not help but ask, "What is your Excellency's idea?" Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "It's the tablet spirit. It's the tablet spirit." Shen Yuanyao was a descendant of the Realm King and had a natural affinity with the Divine Realm Tablet. If he was willing to become the tablet spirit, he could become the Realm King like his ancestors. And he's stronger than an ordinary world king. Xianxia was taken aback, and then he fell into deep thought. In this case, the Divine Realm Tablet would be given to Xuanvuanyao. Although it wasn't impossible, the monument had accompanied him for too long and he was really reluctant to part with it. Shen Yuanyao seemed to have read his mind. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll never snatch the Divine Realm Tablet, let alone turn into the tablet spirit. Otherwise, the Divine Realm Tablet wouldn't have ended up in the hands of the Shen Yuan family and would have remained in the hands of the family. Besides, I've touched this Divine Realm Tablet when I was young, but I gave up in the end." "Why?" Xianxia asked in confusion. "Why? Is it because of the monument spirit?" Shen Yuanyao nodded and said, "To become the tablet spirit, you must first abandon your physical body. Then you have to become a slave of the tablet. To put it nicely, he was the guardian of this realm. For example, the true dragon's nature was actually the same as the master of the Divine Realm Tablet. They are born from the power of a world and inherit the will of this world. So, Luanyu is an exception," Xianxia said with a frown. "He has completely betrayed the will of the heavenly martial realm." Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "Although the things that Jiyu has done in the past million years have been criticized and despised by people, but looking at it from another perspective, he is also a person who has been constantly fighting against the power of the world in order to control his own fate." Xianxia sneered, "I feel like you're getting more and more noble. No matter what fate is, there must be a limit to how low you can go. And scrupulous behavior is ultimately evil." Shen Yuanyao sighed and said, "In the past, Our ancestor's talent was also very likely to exceed the Realm King realm. He was already a regional king before he became the tablet spirit. If it wasn't for the descent of the Devil Lord, who had to give up his physical body to become the executor of the world's power, I'm afraid that my ancestor would have entered this world long ago and become the master of the 1,000 worlds. Zhiyuan said, back then, the Realm King was indeed very outstanding. However, no one could say for sure that he would become the master of the 1,000 worlds. It's too much to say that he would definitely succeed. Moreover, your talent and achievements are not as good as our ancestors, so you are completely qualified to become the Steel Spirit and participate in this war. Shenyuan Yao replied, I understand. However, if you become a tablet spirit, not only will you abandon your physical body, you will also have the tablet spirit's brand in your bloodline. What do you mean? Yunxiao's face changed drastically. What do you mean? Shenyuan Yao sighed. This mark is actually a double-edged sword. Your descendants will be favored by the realm power because of their bloodline. Be it talent, cultivation, or luck, they would far surpass ordinary people. However, it is also because of this blessing that your achievements will forever be suppressed at the Realm King level, controlled by the realm's power. With this, everyone understood. Zhou Yuan said, you can only blame the Shenyuan family for being too arrogant. To any martial artist, it's already an honor to be able to reach the realm of regional king. It's what they want in their life. Since ancient times, how many people could step into the realm of the 1,000 realms? I'm afraid you can count them on one hand. Shenyuan Yao smiled bitterly. That may be true. However, after you see the vastness of this world, it will be difficult for your heart to settle down in this world. Although we can't achieve what we want, we still long for it. Although I have no hope in this life, I don't want to strengthen the tablet spirit's brand in my bloodline. At the very least, I want to leave a chance for my descendants to break through to the realm power. The faces of Yun Xiao and the others turned grave, and many people's eyes fell on him. Feini even called out softly, husband, then why don't you? Shenyuan Yao was right. To an ordinary person, reaching the realm of regional king was already a lifelong dream. However, as he said, after seeing a wider world, how could he be at ease in one world? I didn't expect there to be such a secret, Baiming Nantian said in a deep voice. The Realm King really sacrificed himself for the sake of justice. With young Master Yun's talent, he'll be able to step into the realm of regional king sooner or later. There's no need for him to transform into the monument spirit. Chu Hongyan also nodded and said, the realm of heavenly martial arts is so big. There are so many people. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself? I also don't agree with Fei Yang becoming a realm slave. Let's talk about this later, Yun Xiao said with a wry smile. At least I don't have such thoughts for now. Perhaps he'll be killed soon. If that happens, everyone's worries will be for naught. Shenyuan Yao laughed. You're quite carefree. But if that day really comes, you have to think carefully. I understand. Yun Xiao nodded. Thank you for your advice, my lord. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, that's all I have to say. You can talk about the rest when you get back to Yanwu. Don't disturb me anymore. Yun Xiao and the others took their leave and took out the Divine Realm Tablet, which they used as a battleship. Sitting cross-legged on it, they turned into streams of light and flew out of the giant mountain where the realm pit was located. The streak of light didn't fly directly to the continent. Instead, it circled around the mountain a few times and continued its search in the dragon field. Find the rest of the true spirits and subdue them. At the same time, ask Jingqi to dig up the remains of the true spirits and bring them back. During this period, he also met the 3 dragon sons, Blaze, Jing, and Mang. The 3 of them were also awakening their sleeping true spirits and wanted to make them their subordinates. But, as soon as he came into contact with Yun Xiao, a conflict immediately broke out. With Shenyuan Yao, a half-step world monarch, and the other experts, the 3 dragon sons were quickly defeated and fled. The true spirits they had gathered were either dead or surrendered, giving Yun Xiao an advantage. Husband, why don't you chase after them and kill those 3 crawlers to prevent any future trouble? Feini said. Although these 3 people have a grudge against me, They are not as unreasonable as Luanyu, Yunxiao said. There is no need to kill them. After all, the heavenly martial arts realm's powerhouses are few and far in between. Every creation realm existence is a priceless treasure. Feiyang wants to subdue these 3 people? Chu Hongyan asked. I don't have to subdue them, Yunxiao said. As long as they can exert some positive energy in the demonic war, I have a reason to let them live. If it was any other time, they would have wanted to kill me and would have never let them live. A murderous look flashed in Yunxiao's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Feiyang, I don't know if I should say something, Chu Hongyan said after a moment of silence. Yunxiao was taken aback. Hongyan, he said with a smile, why are we so distant? Then I'll get straight to the point. Chu Hongyan nodded. In fact, what Lord Nine Abyss said was also reasonable. The rise and fall of all things had their own destiny. Why did her husband have to put all the matters of the heavenly martial realm on himself? Instead, he had lost his previous free and uninhibited character. The realm of heavenly martial arts would be protected as much as possible, and it would be fine if it couldn't be protected. With our strength, even if the demons take over the entire Jia, they can't do anything to us. The realm of heaven martial arts belongs to the people of the world, not to you alone. Don't take all the blame on yourself. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then said, You're right. The realm of heavenly martial arts belongs to the people of the world. But in your eyes, there's only me who's working hard and risking my life. There are also thousands of people who are working hard and risking their lives. Some have even already lost their lives. Tian Xingzi, Qin Duantian, Yan Jihan, Qian Shang, Star Abyss, Ben Tingfeng, and the rest, as well as Lord Li Mangshan who had just been sacrificed. Compared to them, what face do I have to be pretentious? Chu Hongyan was stunned for a moment and then said, There are many people who work hard, but there are even more people who do not care. Do you want me to be that kind of lecherous person? Yunxiao asked. This time, Chu Hongyan was completely stunned and speechless. If Yunxiao was really the kind of person he said he was, he would not have been able to follow him all the way until now. She laughed at herself in her heart. What a complicated feeling! Yunxiao patted her head with a smile and said, Don't think too much. I'll do my best until I die. Yes. Chu Hongyan responded softly and showed a knowing smile. She said, No matter what you do, I will support you. Let's go, Yunxiao said with a smile. Everyone continued to circle around the land of 10,000 spirits a few times, taking almost everything that could be taken away. They even dug out some true spirit remains that could not be recovered. These things were the best raw materials, and it was the best to use them to refine into medicinal pills or profound armaments. After digging nothing in the dragon field, they returned to Yanwu. Luo Qingyun was the only one who stayed to comprehend the power of the dragon realm. For him, although Yanwu's conditions were good, they could not be compared to Longyu, who had once dominated the world. Even though it was extremely damaged, the power contained within was indeed the law domain that Yuri had formed when he was at his peak, allowing him to benefit greatly. In that case, you can stay, Yunxiao said. I still remember that I owe you a battle, something you've always yearned for. However, with your current strength, do you have the qualifications to fight me? His eyes flickered with a teasing look. Luo Qingyun's face turned green, and her nails dug into her flesh. She gritted her teeth. All the best, Yunxiao said with a smile. You are a descendant of the Dragon Clan, which means you are a descendant of the realm power. You represent the strongest creature in this world. With your talent, you'll definitely be able to continuously temper your bloodline and even break through the limits of your bloodline. You'll be able to comprehend even higher laws and become an existence as powerful as the true dragons of the past. I will, Luo Qingyun replied coldly. I will remember this battle in my heart, and I hope you won't forget it. When the time comes, just wait to be beaten down by me. Ha ha ha. Yunxiao laughed and gave him a thumbs up. I'll wait for you. The two of them looked at each other, and their hearts moved when their eyes met. Yunxiao smiled faintly, then drove the Divine Realm tablet into the sky, leaving Luo Qingyun's determined figure behind. I've always been chasing after you, watching your back. One day, I will walk in front of you and defeat you. Luo Qingyun's eyes shone with determination. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the dragon field. A few days later, they finally returned to Yanwu. Everyone's expression was not very good, and most of them were carrying their injured bodies. As soon as they entered the city, they immediately went into seclusion. After Yunxiao and Ling Mudi had a detailed discussion, Yunxiao summoned all the core members of Yanwu for a meeting, and everyone's face turned grave. After Yunxiao had told him everything, he said, I've gathered everyone here to discuss how to deal with the holy demon. No one knows when the demoness will return to the heavenly martial arts realm, but I don't think it will be too long. We don't have much time left. Yunxiao's trip to the North Sea had brought back too much shocking news. However, the birth of a holy demon was undoubtedly the most important and shocking event. The news of the holy demon's appearance was like a huge rock that pressed down on everyone's hearts. The atmosphere in the entire venue was abnormally heavy, and no one made a sound. Although the demons were also shocked by the holy demon's appearance, what left them even more dumbfounded was the news of the demon ancestor, six-winged. The great demons all looked at the referee. After receiving the referee's confirmation, all of them turned pale with fright. Did Zhou Yuan say where ancestor six-winged could be? Ai Ning asked. No. Emo shook his head and said, what Li Yunxiao said just now is all he has to say. It's my fault for being too careless, he said, a little upset. I was stunned when I heard the news. I forgot to ask such an important question. A great demon said, Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Isn't Zhou Yuan still in the realm pit? He said that you can find him if you need anything. We'll just send someone to ask. Mo frowned. Lord Zhou Yuan is an expert in the World King realm. How can you disturb him? It's about the ancestor, Lord Six-Winged. The great demon said, embarrassed. I don't think I'm disturbing you on a whim, right? Al shook his head slightly and said, I guess Zhou Yuan doesn't know either. Otherwise, he would have told us directly. In fact, if he knew, he would have gone to find his ancestor and would not have to stay in the world pit for hundreds of thousands of years. In addition, what the Emperor said does make sense. Ancestor Six-Wing's matter is a big deal to our clan, but it's only a small matter to Lord Nine Abyss. I'm afraid it'll make Lord Nine Abyss unhappy if we disturb him rashly. The big demon was a little depressed and said, Then what should we do? Now that he knew about his ancestor, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I have to do something. Al Hui and Yuan looked at each other. They knew what to do, but they didn't know how to do it. After all, too much time had passed. Yun Shao looked at the demons and said, Everyone, there's no need to worry too much. It had been 1,000,000 years. If the Six-Winged Lord was still alive, he would definitely be in seclusion somewhere. He was not in a hurry. Even Lord Zhou Yuan doesn't know much about the inside story of the fall of 10,000 spirits back then. So we have to start with Luanyu. Right? It's Luanyu. As soon as he woke them up, EAI, and the others suddenly came to their senses, and their eyes lit up. Luanyu is extremely cunning, Yun Shao said. It's not easy to capture him alive. The place where the true dragon is born is a very good catalyst. As long as the next generation of true dragons is born, Luanyu will definitely not be able to sit still and will definitely stop it. Then, when and where will the next generation of true dragons be born? AI hurriedly asked. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. They were also very curious about this. Yun Shao remained silent, as if he was hesitating. I'm sorry, AI said apologetically. I was too rude. I shouldn't have asked such a confidential question. No. Yun Shao shook his head and said, AI, you've misunderstood. I don't know the exact time and place. Back then, the coordinates of the 100-will binding seal in my mind had always been vague, and I couldn't clearly read it. But I have a feeling that we'll know when the heavenly secrets arrive. I see I misunderstood you, young Master Yun, AI said. Yun Shao smiled and said, It's fine. I'm also very interested in the matters of the monster race ancestors. It wasn't just because of the Six-Winged Lord's strength, which could penetrate a realm and create a realm pit. It's also because the two realms are at war now. If the Six-Winged Lord is still alive and can make a move, then the heavenly martial realm will have no worries. Everyone nodded slightly, but they all knew that the possibility of this was very low. A super-powerful being who had disappeared for millions of years, even if he was still alive, he would most likely not participate in the War of the Two Worlds for various reasons. Otherwise, he would have made a move 100,000 years ago. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Yun to pay more attention to the birth of the true dragon. The monster race will definitely do our best to capture Luanyu, AI said. Yun Xiao nodded. Capturing Luanyu had almost become a top priority, as the soul of the true dragon was needed to suppress the master of the world. But no matter how anxious he was, there was no other way. He could only wait patiently for an opportunity. Everyone, don't let the birth of the holy demon affect your temperament too much, said Beifeng Nan. We have experts like Lord Nine Abyss and Lord Shenyuan on our side, and we might even find the ancestor of the demon race. We might have a way to fight against the holy demon. However, in the following days, all of your energy will be focused on training and strengthening the city's defenses. Everyone knew that he was just trying to comfort them, but they were still calm. After all, Mu Lingdi's words were also true. The most encouraging thing was the addition of Zhou Yuan, a world king. He was at the peak of a world. If it wasn't for the imbalance of the world powers, the strength of the world king might not be below that of the holy demon. Tengguang. Yun Xiao pointed at one of them and asked, "How's the city's defensive array now?" Tengguang stood out with a somewhat dejected expression. "I was quite confident before. With the joint efforts of the masters, the formation had been mostly restored. Together with the success of the 12 Men of Gold, Yanwu would definitely be the #1 city in the world. I'm also setting up the 9 elemental barriers. Even if there's another magic war like the one in Red Moon City, I'm confident that I can survive it. However, if the opponent is a holy demon..." After saying that, he smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. It was obvious that he had no confidence at all. Not to mention the rest of the people who were shaking their heads and sighing. The previously relaxed atmosphere became dull again. Yun Xiao looked a little displeased. When he saw that Tengguang's description of the situation had a negative effect, he said, "You've never seen a holy demon before, so how do you know you can't defeat it?" "There's no point in you talking like that," Tengguang said dejectedly. "Everyone knows how powerful the holy demon is. If these 3 formations are enough to resist a holy demon, then were all the senior powerhouses who participated in the Demon Sealing War 100,000 years ago stupid pigs." Yun Xiao was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. After a pause, he said, "Just do your best and try to increase the power of the great formation of the city. This way, the number of casualties will be minimized. If there's anything I need, I'll give you priority. I'll do my best to restore the Great Bliss Rebirth formation before the holy demon descends. With the 9 elemental barriers and the 12 Men of Gold, it'll be comparable to the reappearance of the 3 great ancient killing formations. I can only do this much. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Tengguang." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "I should," Tengguang said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. With these 3 great formations, even if they couldn't stop the holy demon, they would at least have a higher chance of winning. "The rest of you," Yun Xiao said, "speed up your cultivation and follow the usual routine. No one could guarantee their survival in a demonic war." Lord Li Mongshan's voice and smile were like yesterday's, but they were all gone today. It was extremely sad. However, if the earthen jar does not leave the mouth of the well and breaks, the general will inevitably die in the battle. This ending may not be a bad one for Darren. Everyone's expression became solemn as they nodded in agreement. "The people of Mysterious Separation Island have already sent back the news of the death of the Light King," Ling Moody said. "I think it's time for me to go to Mysterious Separation Island and meet my comrade from 100,000 years ago." His gaze suddenly became solemn and a sharp light shot out in all directions. He looked as if he was looking at nothing. It seemed to pass through layers of time and space and land on the land in the eternal world. "Lord Moody?" Yun Xiao was slightly surprised. "Lord Moody is going to Mysterious Separation Island?" Lingmu Di nodded and said, Yinan Tian was captured and taken to the devil world. Li Mongshan died in the land of myriad spirits. 2 of the 4 lords have been killed. However, my comrade is still unmoved. I want to see what he's doing. Zhuo Qingfan recalled his trip to Mysterious Separation Island and stepped out of the ranks. There are too many variables on this trip. Why don't you let me go on behalf of your excellency? No, Lingmu Di denied. I must go, and it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it'll be too late by the time the holy demon descends. Yun Xiao nodded. Everyone make as many preparations as possible. I'll try my best to delay the demoness in the demon realm and wait for your news. I'll be back once everything is arranged. Ding Ling and the others all looked at him with worry and reluctance. Shen Yuanyao suddenly said, That demoness has devoured Zhuo Kuan. That's how she stepped into the Saint Demon realm. She's also able to restrain the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. The most important reason was the underworld fire. Alliance Master Yun could go to the land and he should be able to find a way to restrain the underworld fire. In fact, if you take back the flame, that devilish woman won't be able to do as she wishes in this world. Take back the netherworld fire? What do you know about the land, Lord Shenyuan? Yun Xiao asked in surprise. What do you know about the land? Wasn't the reason why the demoness was able to restrain the world's power because she had absorbed Zhuo Kuan's comprehension of this world? Shen Yuanyao laughed and said, If I can fully absorb Zhuo Kuan's understanding of the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, I can indeed restrain it. However, the demoness had just devoured Zhuo Kuan, and her demonic essence had yet to stabilize. How could she have the time to digest the laws of this world? At this moment, the underworld fire was the only thing that could protect her from the erosion of the world power. If Alliance Master Yun were to go to the devil world, the Rainbow Stone, the Ice Fiend Heartflame, and the 6 Paths demonic weapon would be able to help you resist the power of the devil world. These are all things condensed from the power of the world. But we don't know when the boundary will open, Yun Xiao said. We may not be able to make it in time. A cold glint flashed in Shen Yuanyao's eyes as he said, If we can't open it, we'll force our way in. With Alliance Master Yun's strength, is there any place in this world that you can't go to? Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, recalling what Ben Tingfeng had said in Shattered Cloud Heavenly River. The Shattered Clouds River was a crack that lay between the land, the divine capital of the holy region, and even the heavenly martial continent. If one had unparalleled power, they could indeed pass through. Good. Then I will go to the land and see if I can find a way to take back the underworld fire. Yun Xiao made up his mind and said, After this trip to the land, regardless of the result, I will immediately head to the demon realm. I hope that everyone will do their own thing and work together. We will definitely do our best and live up to your expectations, Alliance Master. Everyone replied in unison. Yun Xiao stood up and waved the crowd away, then sat down alone and pondered. Then his figure moved and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, thousands of miles outside Yanwu, Yun Xiao's figure appeared in the sky above the land of sealed demons. His powerful divine sense spread out in all directions, as if he was searching for something. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the space, and a green light spread out from a single point. A figure slowly emerged, and his face was filled with anger. He said unhappily, What is it? You dare to disturb my cultivation? Wei Qing, Yun Xiao said with a smile. You're here as expected. I have something I need to help with. Knowing that this person wouldn't come to the temple without a reason, Wei Qing's expression changed several times. The anger on his face gradually disappeared and he said calmly, Speak. Come with me to the land, Yun Xiao said. What? The boundary has opened? Wei Qing was shocked. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was looking at him, his eyes flickering. Just now, in Wei Qing's surprise, the elemental energy fluctuations that he emitted seemed to be a little off. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the details. Now, he squinted his eyes, and a trace of gold flashed in his pupils. Extreme Void. This time, it was Yun Xiao's turn to be taken aback. You've actually reached the Void Extreme God Realm. Wei Qing's face changed drastically, and he blamed himself for being careless. He had wanted to hide his cultivation base, but Yunxiao had caught him when he was not careful. Although he was depressed, he quickly calmed down and snorted coldly. "Aren't you also at the Void Extreme God realm? Could it be that the threshold of Void Pinnacle was set by your family, and you can enter it as you wish but others can't?" Yunxiao was stunned for a long time before he murmured, "Previously, I heard from others that you were the most talented genius of the Sacred Zone in recent years. It seems like it's true." Wei Qing was burning with anger when he heard this, and he shouted, "Li Yunxiao, are you mocking me? Are you saying that you're normal just because you've reached the Void Pinnacle stage? But I'm not." Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile. He had reached Void Extremity because of several fortuitous encounters, possessing the Divine Realm Tablet and receiving the favor of the realm. Moreover, he had been risking his life all this while and only managed to break through to the Void Tier after a narrow escape. Wei Qing had only stayed at home to cultivate, yet he had been able to break through so smoothly. "Let's not talk about this," Yunxiao said gloomily. "Let's not talk about it. I hope that you can come with me to the underworld now, as the fate of my disciple and his sister is directly related to the underworld. Now, can you tell me about their background?" Wei Qing's brows furrowed slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, "One of the 3 elders of Shindu, Lord Mengling, is from the land and is the true master of Shindu. Although Shindu was above the holy region, it was the entrance to the land. It had always been guarded by Lord Mengling. Mengwu and Mengbai are his descendants." "As expected," Yunxiao said indifferently. Obviously, he had guessed it long ago, so after hearing the answer, he only confirmed his thoughts, which was not surprising. Wei Qing also knew that Yunxiao had some speculations in his mind. After all, with Yunxiao's intelligence, it was impossible for him to not see the connection. He continued, "The strange powers of Mengwu and her brother are inherited from the land. I didn't discover this when I sealed them back then. He only noticed it when he brought it back from Yanwu. That's why I sent them to the Shattered Cloud Sky River to cultivate and nourish them with the power from the underworld." "Then, is your purpose to spy on the power of the earth and to control true Lord Mengling by controlling the siblings?" Yunxiao asked. Wei Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Gu Feiyang is indeed Gu Feiyang. Although your guess is reasonable, it still makes me very uncomfortable." "You should be glad that you didn't hurt them," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to live until now, no matter how strong you are." Wei Qing's face immediately darkened and he said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" "It's not a threat," Yunxiao said with a smile, "because you didn't." He saw Wei Qing's expression turn uglier and uglier, and laughed embarrassedly. "Let's not talk about this. Now, can you come with me to the underworld and settle the matter of Mengwu and Mengbai while you're there? You've been planning a trip to the demonic realm recently?" Wei Qing suddenly asked while staring at him. Yunxiao was taken aback. He knew that he was talking about the previous plan, and that the old man did not know that the holy demon had been born. "Not bad. I can go with you to the land," Wei Qing said. "I can also restore the memories of Mengwu and Mengbai and return them to you. In exchange, I also want to go to the demon world." "What? You're going to the devil realm?" Yunxiao was a little suspicious. He looked Wei Qing up and down, not knowing what he was up to. "You don't seem to have a reason to go to the devil world, do you?" "I've always done things as I please. Why do I need a reason?" Wei Qing said coldly. "Why?" Yunxiao said sarcastically. "Do you think I'll believe you if you say there's no reason? Furthermore, what do you rely on to overcome the realm power?" Wei Qing said, "I'll need you to help me think of a way to overcome the realm power. Otherwise, I can go alone. Why would I need you?" Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said, "Then you really think too highly of me. In order to overcome the power of the world, one must refine an object condensed by the world power, such as the rainbow stone. Where do you want me to find a neon stone for you now? Don't think that I don't know. The few rainbow stones left behind by the demonic lord when he died are all in your hands," Wei Qing said coldly. Yunxiao's heart stirred. Wei Qing's words were not unreasonable. At this moment, his heart was still condensed from rainbow stone, and Bo Yuqing could also take out Rainbow Stone, which could really help Wei Qing. However, he didn't want to let the other party off so easily. So he snorted coldly, "Lu Zongzi has a complete Rainbow Stone. You think too highly of me." Wei Qing had been staring at his eyes and seemed to have caught something. He smiled and said, "I guess so, but I believe you will have a way." "As you wish," Yunxiao cursed, "but only if the trip to the underworld is as I wish. Otherwise, I'll—" Wei Qing interrupted him impatiently. "I'll try my best to help you in the journey to the underworld, but how can I guarantee that you'll get what you want? Aren't you being too whimsical?" Yunxiao was speechless, and what Wei Qing said was true. He said gloomily, "All right, deal." Wei Qing was overjoyed. His eyes flashed with excitement as he tried to hide the joy in his heart. But it could not escape Yunxiao's eyes. But Yunxiao was also very curious about why Wei Qing was going to the Devil Realm. Could it be that he's afraid of losing the Mo war and ultimately end up dead? So he ran to the Mo territories to join the enemy? Yunxiao rested his chin on one hand and could not help but speculate the worst. A moment later, he appeared in the Alchemy Academy and went directly into the room where Bo Yuqing was imprisoned. Bo Yuqing was sitting cross-legged in Cultivation, his mind restrained and calm, not sensing anyone appear. Yunxiao did not wake him up. Instead, he sat opposite him and performed an incantation gesture with one hand, causing a golden light to flash on his fingertips. The Maha-ancient character turned into a ring of light and surrounded him. The whole room was silent, and only the halo of Yunxiao's ancient characters rotated silently, shining on the walls. After an unknown amount of time, Bo Yuqing seemed to feel something and opened his eyes. Seeing a figure in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. But he did not cry out in surprise. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the incantation seals in Yunxiao's hands and the runes dancing in the sky. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly, Yunxiao's hand seal changed, making a rare gesture. Bo Yuqing was shocked and his eyes widened. With the change of his hand gesture, Tianyi runes in Tianyi sky seemed to take on a new 100k and Deegan to reform, forming new laws that appeared in front of him. A moment later, Yunxiao's hand seals changed again. In a few hours, he had changed a total of hundreds of seals, dazzling Bo Yuqing's eyes as he desperately tried to memorize them. Suddenly, Yunxiao put down his hands and slowly opened his eyes with a smile, looking at him with a smile. Bo Yuqing's expression changed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed, like he was a child eavesdropping on an adult. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" "I'll teach you a divine incantation," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It can suppress the demonic will in your body." Bo Yuqing didn't hide his shock at all, afraid that he had been tortured enough by the demonic thoughts. He said in surprise, "Really?" "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said, "This divine art is still composed of the ancient Maha character, but I comprehended it on my own. So far, no one has tried it, so I'll use you as an experiment." "As expected, she has no good intentions," Bo Yuqing said angrily. "Even if I don't have good intentions," Yunxiao said with a smile, "you'll try it." Bo Yuqing's expression was complicated, but he finally let go of his arrogant look and sighed. "I'm indeed willing to try. Li Yunxiao will always be Li Yunxiao." "Thank you for the compliment," Yunxiao said with a smile. It was probably because the feeling of joining the devil did not feel good. It's not a big deal if you've completely joined the devil, but Brother Yuqing's intermittent joining of the devil is the most troublesome. Bo Yuqing said calmly, "Is it that set of seals just now? I haven't completely memorized it yet, so demonstrate it to me again." Yunxiao nodded and said, "All right. However, this set of incantation seals isn't free." Bo Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha! Li Yunxiao, oh Li Yunxiao, you're really a man who won't do anything without benefits. Even a useless person like me is trying to extort money from you. However, I'm very curious. With a cripple like me, what else is there that you're interested in?" Bo Yuqing raised his hand, showing off his pauper status, and mocked, "Please don't tell me you're interested in my looks." Gulp. Yunxiao's stomach churned as he cursed. "Disgusting. With your ghostly appearance, I might as well fuck a dog. Then tell me. Bo Yuqing sneered. I'm in such dire straits, what else can you scheme for? Agarine, Yunxiao said, word by word. What? Bo Yuqing's body trembled and he immediately retreated several steps. On guard. You want to take my neon stone? A cold and sinister expression immediately appeared on his face. It began to turn ferocious, filled with resentment and killing intent. Yunxiao did not care about his change and said indifferently, You already have an extreme Yin body, so there's not much use in keeping the Agarine. Moreover, if you take out the Agarine, it will be extremely beneficial for the recovery of your mind. I don't want to recover my consciousness. You're the ones who need to regain your senses. I knew you had bad intentions. Bo Yuqing roared in anger, his eyes cold, as if a layer of cold air had floated up, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. But he was very afraid of Yunxiao. Although he was surrounded by a murderous aura, he did not dare to rush at him. The weak have no human rights, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. It's not up to you. He formed a hand seal and a layer of golden light appeared around him. It spread out and covered the entire cell. Bo Yuqing was shocked and suddenly used all his strength to strike the cell, as if he was very afraid of the golden light and wanted to break the wall and escape. Before he could even throw a punch, the golden light had already reached him, penetrating his body and covering him. Die! Bo Yuqing roared, his killing intent soaring. Then he bent down with a ferocious face and rushed at Yunxiao with a kick. Its posture was twisted and strange. Its eyes were fierce, and it had no consciousness. It seemed more like a beast than a human. At this moment, the punch that had been accumulating power before was thrown out directly at Yunxiao's head. Don't hit the face when you hit someone. Leave a line. Brother Yuqing, you actually want to slap my face? Aren't you too heartless? Yunxiao said indifferently as he raised his hand and caught the fist with his 5 fingers. All the strength in Bo Yuqing's body disappeared in an instant, and his ferocious face gradually relaxed. His lips moved and he let out a painful groan. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pointed his finger at Bo Yuqing, sending several talismans of golden light into his body. Every time he did so, there would be a slight sound of the lock being unlocked, as if he had broken through an acupuncture point. In an instant, Bo Yuqing was covered in blood, dark red blood dripping all over the ground. But there was no pain on his face. Yunxiao had avoided his vital parts with every finger, and the hand he had grabbed was almost the fulcrum for his whole body. Just as Bo Yuqing was about to faint, Yunxiao spread his fingers and thrust them forward. Bang! The palm force pierced through Bo Yuqing's chest and came out. A cold glint was jolted out along with the palm force. Bo Yuqing spat out a mouthful of blood, his back suddenly swollen. He let out a painful scream, and his whole body trembled. Bang! Finally, a cold light broke out of his body and paused in the air, trying to break through the air. Humph, childish. With me here, Yunxiao sneered. Isn't it a joke to run away? He gently placed Bo Yuqing on the ground with one hand, and with the other hand, he grabbed the neon stone. The Agarine lay quietly in his hand, full of energy. It wanted to struggle and escape, but was ultimately unable to. If I had more time, Yunxiao said in surprise, I'm afraid you would have transformed as well, right? With a flip of his hand, he suppressed the Ni-Shi's unwillingness and agitation. Then, he counted with his fingers in the air, turning them into runes that fell into Bo Yuqing's mind. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunxiao's figure disappeared from the cell. All that was left was the blood on the ground and Bo Yuqing, who had fallen in a pool of blood. Although Bo Yuqing's injuries were heavy, a smile seemed to appear at the corner of his mouth. His face was serene as he slept quietly in the pool of blood. A few days later, after making all the necessary preparations, Yunxiao dug out the rainbow stone from his heart. Yunxiao's face turned pale as the blood in his body contracted. The blood supply to his heart was seriously insufficient, and he felt dizzy. In the Battle of the North Sea, he died at Xiao Hong's hands, his heart shattered. The rainbow stone's purpose was to replace the heart and become the core that supplied blood to the entire body, allowing the body's functions to continue operating. However, after stepping into the illusory light of the corporeal body, the flesh that grew from the rainbow stone would be far stronger than the rainbow stone. The rainbow stone had instead become a weakness in his heart. Xianxia had also considered removing the rainbow stone, but there was no precedent for that. He had planned to wait until his physical body had reached the Dharmakaya realm before he removed the rainbow stone, which would be much safer. Since Wei Qing mentioned this matter now, he would take advantage of the situation and bring forward his plan, taking out the rainbow stone earlier. Xianxia quietly sensed the frequencies emitted by the two stones, which were different in strength at the beginning, then gradually balanced out, formed resonance, and finally became in unison. He couldn't help but smile. This rainbow stone was originally one, so he didn't need to adjust it at all and it could fuse on its own. He immediately made a hand seal and slowly brought his palms closer to each other. The stones in front of him also slowly moved closer to each other. As soon as the two rings of light touched, they were sucked together with a bang. Not only did the stones begin to fuse, but even the dual-colored light also covered each other, turning into a colorless light that flickered incessantly. It's done? Under Xianxiao's gaze, the stone completely fused together more than an hour later, turning into a perfect white stone with a smooth surface, exquisite and lovely. At first glance, no one would think that this was the rainbow stone that countless demon lords had gone crazy for. Xianxia sucked the rainbow stone into his hand and put it away, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's done. Thank you." An indifferent voice came from behind him. "No need to thank me. I didn't do anything." Although Xianxiao's face was pale, he was obviously in a good mood. He smiled and said, "If it wasn't for you protecting me, to be honest, I really wouldn't dare to do this kind of thing." He turned around and smiled. A green light shadow appeared 7 feet away, and its body gradually solidified. It was little green. Qingzhu's face was still calm as it said, "It's indeed dangerous, but with your ethereal light realm body, you won't die. At most, your body will collapse and your cultivation will drop. I'll be better off dead if I really fall from my cultivation realm," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "Especially at this critical juncture where strength is needed the most." Qing's eyes were fixed on Xianxia the whole time. After a moment of silence, it said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but are you being suppressed by that sword? Not only is the cultivation speed extremely slow, but even the recovery of my spiritual power and my physical body are greatly affected." Xianxia was taken aback, but then he was overjoyed and said, "Yes. Do you have any ideas?" His eyes were filled with anticipation. Since little Qing could see the crux of his problem at a glance, perhaps it could find a way to solve it. After all, extracting Yuri's soul wasn't easy, and who knew when he would be able to do it. However, Xiao Qing's expectations were immediately dashed. She shook her head and said, "I have no choice. That sword is too powerful. If I were to go against it, I'm afraid my soul would be annihilated." "You're right," Xianxia said with a wry smile. "This sword's power is far beyond mine. If he used it forcefully, he would kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 losses. What's worse is the recovery of my spiritual power. I'm afraid it'll take several months to fully recover after using the sword once." Qingzhu pondered for a moment and said, "The Iwid Qi is the power that evolves life force from the 5 elements of heaven and earth. As a second wood spirit, although I can't help you control your body, I can teach you a technique that will allow you to gather the second wood Qi to repair your body and speed up the recovery of your energy." "There's such a cultivation technique?" Yunxiao's body trembled with joy, but he immediately calmed down and asked doubtfully, "Is it useful for me to?" After all, at his level, there were very few elixirs and cultivation techniques in the world that could be effective. Little Qing nodded. "The higher the realm, the harder it is to recover. However, the higher the realm, the more powerful it is when used. Furthermore, you've cultivated to the innate lightning body, so it's perfect for you." It was only then that Xianxia was overjoyed. He cupped his fists excitedly and said, "Thank you, my lord." "You're welcome." Qingzhu replied indifferently. Immediately, Yunxiao ignored his injuries and sat opposite Qingzhu, each making a hand seal. A ball of green light appeared between the two of them and spread out continuously, covering the two of them in an instant. A powerful Yi-Wu-Qi spread out in the secret chamber. It was not until a few days later that the door of the secret room opened, and the two figures came out one after another. A faint glow of vitality emerged from Yunxiao's body. Not only was the wound on his chest healed, but even his weak body had been greatly improved over the past few days. Sir, you are the first person in history to control the power of the second wood. I wonder when you will be able to break through to the creation realm or even the World King realm. After this incident, Yunxiao's attitude toward little Qing had obviously become much more respectful. Moreover, even though he had the wondrous spirit eyes, the eye of truth, the moon eyes, and the demon eyes, they all seemed to be ineffective against little Qing. No matter when he peeked at it, little green seemed to be invisible and its aura was ethereal, as if it didn't exist. This was a sign of merging with heaven and earth. Little green's frequency was almost the same as that of the realm of heavenly martial arts. When the opportunity comes, I'll naturally make a breakthrough, Qingzhu said indifferently. Without an opportunity, all the hard work would be in vain. Yanwu is no longer of much help to me, and all good things must come to an end. I'll say goodbye to young Master Yun here. What? Yunxiao was shocked. You're leaving, sir? At this moment of crisis, Yanwu and the world need talents like you. How can you bear to abandon the world? Qingzhu waved its hand to stop him and shook its head. I know what you're thinking, and I also know that you have a sharp tongue, but it's useless to me. Don't force it. Fate will come to an end. I look forward to meeting you again. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. The two of them turned to look at the same time, only to see Yi appear beside them in a flash of red light. Qingzhu's brows furrowed imperceptibly, as if it had a guess in its heart. Mo's expression was cold as he walked in front of Qingzhu and stretched out his hand. It's not a problem to leave, but leave the armillary sphere. The armillary sphere was left to me by Shang, Qing replied. But I also promised him that I would return it to the monster race when I no longer need it. With your current strength, you don't need it anymore. It's reasonable to return it. Qing shook her head. The meaning of the armillary sphere is beyond your imagination. It contains the evolution of the heavenly Tao and is a pocket-sized world of the universe. I'm still far from being able to fully understand it. Mo's hand clenched into a fist, his expression ruthless as he sneered. In that case, I can't let you take it away. The red light on his body circulated, and his divine sense locked onto little Qing, in case it suddenly escaped. Under the suppression of the Holy Sea's powerful consciousness and strength, even if little Qing had a way to break through, it would not be able to escape. Seeing that Mo was about to fight, Yunxiao frowned and shouted, Hey, stop! Mo gave Yunxiao a look and said, Although my agreement with you still counts, I am the emperor of all demons now. To himself and his clansmen, he had an obligation to retrieve his clan's sacred artifact. I hope you won't interfere in this matter. Yunxiao's eyes grew cold as he said, Putting aside all connections, you want to cause trouble in Yanwu, and you want me, the city lord, to stay out of it? Mo's face turned a little unsightly. Based on his understanding of Yunxiao's character, he could say no matter how reasonable he was if it was something he did not want to get involved in. If he wanted to interfere in something, he could say something even if he didn't have any reason. Since Yunxiao had said so, it meant that he was going to intervene. As long as he wanted to interfere, it didn't matter whether he was right or wrong. When the referee thought of this, he could not help but feel angry. My monster race has a good relationship with you and we've fought together against the demons. If you side with this person today, don't blame me for falling out with you and directly breaking the friendship between our two races. When Yunxiao saw how resolute he was, he knew that the referee was really angry, so he quickly said, Don't worry, we're all friends. There's nothing that can't be discussed. Let's sit down and have a good talk. We'll definitely find a solution. Mo Nu snorted. We can talk about other things. The armillary sphere is our clan's sacred object. There is no possibility of negotiation. This armillary sphere is indeed given to Mr. Qing, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. Don't you think it's rude to take it back by force? Besides, it's not like Mr. Xiao Qing won't return it. Shang gave it to him? Mo asked coldly. This was a holy weapon of their race. What right did that bastard Shang have to give it away? For example, you gave the realm of heavenly martial arts to the demon race. The realm of heavenly martial arts belongs to the people of the world. Do you have the right to give it to others? Yunxiao could not help but have a headache. He had been in contact with the judge for a long time, but he had rarely seen him so persistent. He turned his head to look at Qing Zhu, wanting to hear its opinion. Qing was still as calm as ever. The armillary sphere is useful to me, so I won't return it for the time being. I will return it to you demons after I have completely comprehended it. Who knows when you'll be able to fully comprehend it? Mo angrily rebuked. If I can't comprehend it forever, I'll occupy it for my entire life. Oing Zhu's brows furrowed for a moment, but it instantly unfurled. It said honestly, it's indeed possible that you won't be able to comprehend it for your entire life. However, I hope that this situation will not happen. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Mo Kuang laughed, but there was no hint of a smile on his face. The louder his laughter was, the stronger his killing intent became. This is a complete lie. Yunxiao was vexed. He knew that little Qing was not fooling the judge, but was telling the truth very seriously. But when the truth was said, it was particularly annoying. What gave him the most headache was that if neither of them were willing to give in, then this matter would not have a result. Where's MR.AI? He asked helplessly. Mo looked at him with a cold smile and said sarcastically, What, you want to find MR.AI to suppress me? On this matter, Mr. AL's attitude is definitely more resolute than mine. Don't think that she's easy to bully just because she's a girl. Master's heart doesn't lose to a man's at all. Yunxiao's face darkened as his eyes flickered. I don't care what the two of you think, and I don't care what Mr. Qing thinks either. At this time, I will not allow any internal strife to happen. I hope that you can consider the big picture. The judge's face grew colder as Yunxiao's words rang out. He pointed at Qing and said, Why do we have to look at the big picture while he doesn't? Because we were fine before, Yunxiao snorted. But now you're the one causing trouble. He took my race's saint artifact. Mo raged. He's blaming me now. His body flickered with a blood-red light. His eyes were dazzled, and a strong smell of blood spread out. His aura suddenly tensed up, as if he was about to make a move. Yunxiao's face finally changed. He took a step forward and said in a cold voice, Hey, are you really going to cause trouble? He was naturally unafraid in terms of his aura, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. If he really fell out with Yunxiao, the consequences would be unmanageable. At that time, not only would the demons lose their habitat, but they would also lose the protection of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Even if he didn't participate in the MO War now, he could only protect himself for a while. Once the MO War ended, the outcome would be clear. If the MO won, they would not have a place to stay. If the Heavenly Martial League won, they would have to continue their tragic fate of hiding in the illusory realm of stars and moon if they left now. No matter what choice he made, he was in a dilemma. It's not that I want to cause trouble, Mo Ju argued. It's just that he took my clan's saint artifact and didn't return it. He's going too far. You're right, Yunxiao said. He's right too. No matter who I help, they will say I'm biased. Therefore, I don't want to meddle in your affairs. However, I can't let you kill each other at this moment. So, give me face and wait for the demonic tribulation to end before investigating the armillary sphere. At that time, I won't interfere even if you use the entire clan's power to hunt him down. What do you think? Mo's brows furrowed, clearly in a difficult position. His eyes were filled with struggle as he shook his head. If he escapes during the demonic tribulation and finds a place to hide, how can I find him? I can promise you this, Qing suddenly said. When the demonic tribulation is over, I'll make a trip to the demon race and end this with you. Mo Xian knew that with Xiao Qing's identity, she naturally wouldn't lie to him. so she was very assured about this. Her brows relaxed and she said sternly, "How?" Qing said, "You and I won't give in unless I completely comprehend the armillary sphere after the demonic tribulation. Otherwise, we won't give in. Then, we can only use the most common methods in the realm of heavenly martial arts to solve it." Martial arts. Emo's eyes lit up. "That's right." Qing nodded. "If you think it's unfair, you can ask your monster race to come at me together. I don't mind." Mo's heart trembled slightly as he thought of the purple lightning technique Little Green had used during the Battle of the Red Moon City. That was simply a group-killing move. If he used it on the demons, they would probably all die. Since it's a martial arts contest, I can do it alone, he sneered. "You can do whatever you want as long as you're happy," Qing replied. "I only hope that young Master Yun can come out and be a witness." Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the matter had been suppressed for the time being. "Good. If I'm not dead after the demonic tribulation, I'll be the witness. However, there's one thing I'm very curious about. Although the armillary sphere is a holy artifact, even if it contains the heavenly Tao, I'm afraid that it won't be as effective as you've expected since you've almost merged with the world." The judge's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. This was also the reason why he was so determined to get the armillary sphere back. "You're wrong. The person who refined the armillary sphere had extraordinary strength. It was from the hands of the ancestor of the demon clan, Six-Winged. This person's strength is profound, and he's been undying for tens of thousands of years. In an era where many true spirits dominated, he's not much weaker than a true dragon." "What?" Both Yun Xiao and the judge cried out at the same time. Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "The armillary sphere was refined by Lord Six-Winged." The judge's eyes also widened as he stared at Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu didn't participate in the previous meeting, so it didn't know about the Six-Winged clan. Seeing the two's shocked expressions, it couldn't help but feel a little strange. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yun Xiao shook his head and roughly told him about his trip to the North Sea, especially the part about the Six-Winged clan. He tried to be as detailed as possible. "Six-Winged might not be dead?" Qing Zhu was stunned for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. "It's possible that he has broken through to the World King realm. Ever since the creation of the world, there have been many who have broken through to the World King realm in the countless years." Yun Xiao was taken aback. "There are many who have broken through to the Realm King. How many years has it been since the creation of the world?" Qing Zhu asked indifferently. "I've already forgotten about it, but there should at least be tens of billions of years. Although the era of true spirits was at its peak for a time, it was only a short moment in the heavenly martial arts realm. There have been many people like Six-Winged in the past, and as long as this world is not destroyed, there will be many more in the future." Yun Xiao felt a little dizzy. He had forgotten Qing Zhu's age. Ever since the creation of the world, he had been born there, and it had taken him countless years to condense into his current true body. In the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, he was probably the most experienced person in the world. Life is really like the mayfly to the heaven and earth, and the grain to the ocean. Yun Xiao sighed. The referee was also silent. His own efforts, expectations, and visions were so insignificant compared to the world and the universe. Qing said, "You don't have to be too emotional. With your current cultivation, there's still hope for you to become the Lord of the Thousand Worlds. From there, you can roam the universe and obtain true freedom." "Is it because of the secret to become the Lord of the Thousand Worlds?" Yun Xiao asked. "You said you could study the armillary sphere, Mr. Qing?" "I don't know, but it contains Six-Winged's understanding of the evolution of the heavenly Tao. As for the level of comprehension required to become the Lord of 1,000 Worlds, that was unlikely. Even if there was such a comprehension, it couldn't be materialized in an ordinary saint artifact. Unless it's Ing Luo." He turned to Yun Xiao and said in a deep voice, "Unless it's an existence like the master of the rise and fall." "What do you think, Mr. Qing?" Yun Xiao asked. "Do you have any opinion on who will be the master?" Qing shook her head. "That thing has already exceeded my understanding. It was able to easily cut through the chains of laws back then, so it's clearly beyond ordinary saint artifacts. It might even be above heavenly saint artifacts. If you can comprehend this sword, your future will be bright. Xianxia smiled wryly. Even suppressing it was a problem now, and he did not know when he would be able to comprehend it. It was hard to say if he could live to that time. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Qing nodded at Xianxia, then turned to Mo and said, "Humph." Mo snorted and said coldly, "Don't forget, I'll be waiting for you any time." Xianxia sighed. "Are you really leaving, sir? Mr. is a second with spirit of this world, so you should be doing your best for this world." Qing Zhu smiled indifferently and said, "Perhaps I'll come back one day. Li Xianxia will meet again." After Qing Zhu finished speaking, a rare smile appeared on its face. Its figure became fainter and fainter, and finally, it disappeared like smoke. Xianxia sighed, then turned to the referee and said, "Get ready and call MR.AI. I'm planning to find a few people to suppress the prisoner's Dharmakaya and let the evil spirit possess him." Mo responded and disappeared in a flash of red light. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then turned into a beam of light and flew directly out of Yanwu, heading in the direction of Wei Qing. The next day, in the Divine Realm tablet, tens of thousands of golden rays pierced through the sky and turned into golden chains. They crisscrossed like a spider web that covered 1,000 feet. In the center of the chains of law was a 10-foot-wide golden enchantment. It was like a cage that trapped the prisoner's avatar. The prisoner was sitting cross-legged in the barrier with a calm expression, as if he was meditating. Runes kept flashing on his body, connecting into one. They were the seals set by Zhou Yuan. In an instant, several figures landed on the chains of law and looked at Qiu quietly. One of them had an ugly appearance, with a look of ecstasy on his face, his eyes constantly shooting out a light of excitement. It was the evil spirit that had possessed the ugly monster clan's leader. His green eyes stared at Qiu while he kept wiping his saliva. Everyone felt a chill. There were also Yunxiao, Ling Mudi, Feini, Pan Yi Bai, Al, Tenzatzi, and Yuan Gaohan, 8 people who appeared around the prison in different positions. "It's him," Yunxiao said to the evil spirit. "Although he only has a wisp of soul left, it's almost useless. However, the strength of one's physical body is no small matter. Even the self-consciousness of one's physical body can swallow you. We'll try our best to suppress his physical strength for you later. If there's anything wrong with him, you'll have to come out in time to avoid any mishaps." The evil spirit nodded excitedly, rubbed his hands, and laughed strangely. I understand. Let's get started. I can't wait." Yunxiao's eyes swept over the other 7 people and he said, "Everyone should be clear now, right? Everything will be based on my hand gestures. If there's a situation, we'll attack together." The 7 of them nodded one by one. Pan Yi's eyes flickered as he looked at Qiu, who was sitting quietly inside the barrier. He seemed to be moved. Qiu's current situation was somewhat similar to his. If the remaining wisp of soul was gone, then this practicing body would be dead. After countless years, with the strength of the Dharmakaya, a new spirit would definitely be born, but that person would no longer be a prisoner. When Yunxiao saw that everyone had understood, he said, "Let's start." He made a hand seal and a few golden lights shot into the barrier. The light of the barrier shattered like glass, turning into light spots and disappearing in the sky. Qiu's body seemed to tremble. His originally calm face frowned and his face began to darken. The evil spirit's eyes shined, and a pale yellow light overflowed from the ugly demon's body. It instantly flew over, wanting to rush into the spirit sea. Qiu seemed to sense something. His eyes that had been closed suddenly opened, and he raised his hand to block the evil spirit's attack. Voila! Qiu's arms immediately triggered the chains of law, and golden light flashed in the sky. Like a butterfly trapped in a spider's web, Qiu's body froze. The evil spirit took advantage of the opportunity and shot into the space between his eyebrows with a xiao sound. It disappeared into it. Qiu's face changed dramatically, as if he had been greatly stimulated, and his body began to struggle violently. The veins on his hands bulged, and he suddenly broke free from the chains. With a crash, the chains of law that filled the sky were shattered by the power of his Dharmakaya and dissipated in a flash. After all, it was only the power of law in the Divine Realm tablet, which was incomparable to the real power of the realm. After Chiu broke free from the chains, black runes appeared on his body and kept spinning. It was the power left behind by Jiu Yuan, which had not completely dissipated and was still taking effect. However, under Chiu's resistance, the seal also began to fade. All 8 of them grew nervous. While watching the changes on the prisoner's body, they paid attention to Yunxiao's hand gestures and were ready to attack at any time. Time slowly passed, and Chiu's face had been twisted for several hours, and his body was occasionally bursting with golden light. However, Jiu Yuan's seal was more powerful than anyone had expected. It was only when Chiu's struggling face was almost lifeless that it turned into black light and finally dissipated. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at Chiu with a solemn face, fearing that the latter would suddenly explode. However, Chiu's expression gradually calmed down, and finally, an evil smile appeared on his face. It was the disgusting appearance of the evil spirit. "Hey, success!" The evil spirit smugly made a peace sign, followed by a series of wild laughter. Ha ha ha! A few months later, an array light flashed in Yanwu, and 3 figures disappeared into the array. The next moment, 3 figures appeared in the holy city of Lanxue. The 3 of them looked at the sacred city with complicated expressions, but they had different meanings and different feelings. "Stop sighing," Yunxiao said. "Let's hurry up and find a way to enter the divine capital." The other 2 people were Wei Qing and his son. They looked at the holy region with desolation in their eyes, and their expressions were as desolate as the scene in front of them. It took Yunxiao several months to recover from his injuries and his spiritual energy. In the past few months, Wei Qing had also been constantly refining rainbow stones. With the guidance of the holy demon in the yin-yang dual qi bottle, they quickly fused into his body. Wei Wuya looked at the sky and sighed. The current saints are no longer the saints of the past. In fact, they will never be the saints of the past. The carved balustrade and jade steps are still there, but the vermilion appearance has been changed. "You're not a poet?" Yunxiao scolded with a smile. "Don't learn to write poems from others. You'd better leave quickly." There was no such thing as eternal life in this world, and it was the same in the holy region. The ancestors who had established the holy region back then had done so to welcome this demonic tribulation. It's a pity that the sanctuary's actions have failed to live up to the expectations of our ancestors, and defeat is inevitable. Wei Qing had been silent with a gloomy face, and when he heard Yunxiao's words, he snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction and anger. The 3 of them were suddenly startled as they looked forward. A red light came from far away and instantly landed. It was a woman, Lord Wei Qing, Lord Wuya, Alliance Master Yun. When the woman saw the 3 of them, she was stunned for a moment before she cried out in shock. Wei Qing was also quite surprised. "Nan Fengxian, why are you still in the holy region?" That woman was Nan Fengxian. She was wearing a cloud-colored chiffon dress with a few kingfisher birds painted in gold thread, looking extremely cute. "This is where I've lived my entire life. I can't bear to leave," Nan Fengxian hurriedly said. Wei Qing's heart stirred as he sighed. "You've suffered." Nan Fengxian smiled and said, "Not at all. I'm very happy living here now. It's not just me. There are many others who are willing to stay." She gave Yunxiao a somewhat ashamed look and said awkwardly, "Alliance Master Yun won't blame us for being deserters, right?" "No." Yunxiao shook his head slightly and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. How can we force them?" "I'm only living in the holy region," Nan Fengxian said seriously. "If something happens to the Heavenly Martial Union, I'll definitely not stand by and watch. We won't retreat from the MO war." She said it very firmly, and her face was filled with determination. She looked at Yunxiao calmly, her eyes pure and flawless. "Of course I believe you," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I believe you." Only then did Nan Fengxian chuckled and returned to her innocent and carefree appearance. "May I know why the 3 of you have come here?" she suddenly asked curiously. We're going to Shindu, Wei Qing said. What? Nan Fengxian was taken aback and asked, could it be that the divine capital has opened? We'll have to go regardless of whether it's opened or not. Wei Qing sneered. If it doesn't open, I'll have to do it myself. Yunxiao nodded and said, that's right. A lord once said, do it yourself and you'll be well fed. What? Nan Fengxian was a little worried. Wouldn't that mean that we have to directly strike through Shindu and open up a passage? Isn't that inappropriate? What time is it now? Yunxiao said. Why do you still care about it? Don't tell me that we'll just have to wait for the demons to come and break through the passageway to Shindu? Nan Fengxian was speechless. Let's go, Wei Qing said. Let's go to the Shattered Cloud Sky River to find Meng Wu and her brother. The three of them immediately turned into beams of light and flew toward the Shattered Cloud Sky River. Nan Fengxian pondered for a moment before following closely behind the three of them. The Sky River was as still as dead water. As always, there were no waves, only undercurrents. The four of them stopped on the clouds and looked down. They could see the entire Shattered Cloud Sky River in one glance. The heavenly water that came from nowhere was like silver ribbons, crisscrossing and winding. It lay quietly in the holy region, and no one knew where it was flowing to. Wei Qing's divine sense swept below, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Yunxiao immediately noticed his expression and said, what's wrong? Wei Qing's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. He directly flew down and landed on the shore. He looked at the river quietly like a statue, as if he wanted to see through it. He immediately stretched out his arms and spread out his 5 fingers, gathering them like a claw. His spiritual energy entered the water and automatically intertwined with each other like a hemp rope. The entire river began to spin, making a rapid sound. Several vortexes were formed and rushed into the sky. With a bang, the surface of the water exploded. In the middle of the huge splash, a figure flew up and fell heavily on the ground. It was actually a corpse which had been corroded beyond recognition. Wei Qing flicked his long sleeve, retracted his spiritual energy, and quietly looked at the corpse on the ground. The water of the river behind him fell into the river again, big and small pearls falling onto the jade plate, shattering with a splash. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. His face immediately turned serious as he said in a cold voice, this man was killed by someone. Wei Qing nodded and said, I sent this man to protect Meng Wu and her brother. I also asked him to listen to their orders. I didn't expect him to die here, and from the looks of it, he's been dead for a long time. Yunxiao clenched his fists, and his anger burst out as he said in a cold voice, you promised me to protect the 2 siblings. Wei Qing did not think much of it and snorted. Indeed, I did. Are the 2 siblings not safe now? Yunxiao was so angry that he almost killed someone. Do you think we're safe now? Wei Qing was not afraid of his anger and sneered. Is it not safe? If you can't determine where they are, how can you determine that they're not safe? I really want to kill you now, Yunxiao said coldly. Wei Qing knew that he was in the wrong, so he softened his tone and said, there's no point in killing me now. Let's find the 2 of them first. It won't be too late to kill me if something really happens. Nan Fengxian, are there any suspects in the holy region? Wei Qing turned around and asked. Nan Fengxian shook her head. I didn't find anyone suspicious. Perhaps that person sneaked in very secretly. Or perhaps my strength isn't enough. I didn't discover him. Wei Wuya suddenly said. Could they have been taken away by Old Man Meng? Everything would make sense if he took it away. Otherwise, who would be interested in them? Yunxiao also calmed down from his anger and thought about it quietly. He felt that Wei Wuya's words did make sense. If it was an enemy, there wouldn't be only one corpse in Tianquan right now. In the entire world, the only person who would be interested in the 2 siblings would probably be true Lord Mengling herself. It's very likely, Wei Qing said. Then we don't need to look for him anymore. We can just enter Shindu and ask for him from perfected Lord Mengling. He said it nonchalantly. Ever since he had reached the void tier and had a saint weapon like the Yin Yang Qi bottle, His confidence had swelled greatly. Yunxiao felt extremely strange when he heard that Meng Wu and her brother were the descendants of Lord Meng Ling, and yet they were still asking him for her. However, he had no other choice but to go to Shendu and ask true Lord Meng Ling, "Follow me," Wei Wuya said. "Although I've never used the passage under the Tian River, I've been cultivating in seclusion in the divine capital for 100 years after all. I'm still quite confident in finding its location." The three of them didn't waste any more time and sneaked into the Sky River, quickly disappearing. Nanfeng Xian had originally wanted to go as well, but was ordered by Wei Qing to stay in the holy region and take charge of all her duties. She stood in place for a while, looking at the bubbles and ripples in the sky getting smaller and smaller. A complicated expression appeared on her face, and finally, she sighed and turned to leave. It was not a good idea to continue waiting here. Although it was dangerous in Shattered Cloud Sky River, the strength of Yunxiao and the other two was enough to turn the danger into safety. From Nanfeng Xian's point of view, the three of them had a great chance of entering the fairy's capital. Therefore, they would definitely not be able to return in a short period of time. Therefore, he did not stay any longer. At that moment, Yunxiao and Wei Qing had already sneaked thousands of feet into Tianchuan. The moment they entered the water, the three of them felt a strange power. The further down they went, the stronger the strange power in the Shattered Cloud Sky River became. It kept suppressing their soul consciousness, making it difficult for them to spread it too far. Moreover, the power was extremely corrosive. It was everywhere in the water and corroded their bodies. Naturally, Yunxiao was not afraid of it. Even if the power of the earth itself took form, it might not be able to hurt his body, let alone the water that had been permeated with the power of the earth. Wei Qing and his son were obviously in a much more embarrassing situation. Both of them had a layer of green light covering their bodies, like a thin film attached to their skin, separating them from the water of the heavenly river. The three of them dove tens of thousands of miles deep before they reached the bottom, and their feet stepped on solid material. The solid ground that was supporting their bodies was not rock or sand, but a layer of dark material, as if a layer of asphalt had been laid on the bottom of the water. "What is this?" Yunxiao could not help but ask in surprise. Although the object under his feet was dark, it seemed to be extremely thin and fragile, and could be crushed at any time. "This is spatial sediment," Wei Qing said. "In a space filled with strange powers, there will be a strange power that will erode the space, causing the rules of space to mix with that strange power, forming a solid matter that will settle down, which is the thing under our feet." Sediments were of all sorts and varied forms. Don't think that it's light and simple, it's impossible to break through with normal strength. Yunxiao looked enlightened as he continued to ask, "What's under the sediment? What if we penetrate it?" Wei Qing looked at him as if he was an idiot and mocked. "The Shattered Cloud's heavenly river is a crack between two spaces. This sediment is condensed on the spatial barrier, so if it's broken through, it'll naturally be the spatial barrier. If the barrier was broken through, they would fall into an endless black hole in the universe, and no one knew where it would flow to. I advise you to put away your strange thoughts and don't seek death here. I'm still looking for my disciple and her brother," Yunxiao said sarcastically. "I won't do anything reckless. It's you and your father who need to restrain yourselves. If there's any mistake, I'll hold you all responsible." Wei Qing's face immediately became long, but when he thought that Meng Wu and her brother had indeed been lost in his own hands, he didn't flare up, but just let out a muffled grunt. Yunxiao began to explore the surroundings and said in distress, "The suppression of spiritual sense here is too great. I can only extend my spiritual power to a distance of 5,000 feet even when I use it to the maximum. Under normal circumstances, it would only be able to identify a person within 3,000 feet. What should he do? Where is the entrance to the underground world?" Wei Qing and his son were both shocked. They looked at each other in horror and revealed a fearful expression. With the power of their divine sense, they could only identify within a radius of 700 to 800 feet. Even if they tried their best, they could not exceed 1,500 feet. If he fought Yunxiao here, he would be completely at a disadvantage. Although the three of them were on the same side, the fear and wariness between them had not completely disappeared. Shindu is the entrance to the land, Wei Wuya said. A large part of the strange energy in the water is overflowing from Shindu. Therefore, as long as he could sense the strange power in the land and follow the direction of its source, he could get infinitely close to the land. When the time comes, I'll find a similar spatial node to break through, and I'll most likely be able to step into the divine capital. All right, follow me. When Yunxiao heard that, he agreed with him. He quietly felt the power flowing in the water and walked in one direction. Several hours later, the three of them had walked about 1,000 miles. The strange force in the water was getting stronger and stronger, and Yunxiao's divine sense was suppressed to within 1,000 feet. The green light that Wei Qing and his son used to protect their bodies also suddenly grew a bit larger. Although it wasn't strenuous, it was already starting to consume his physical and spiritual energy. I once explored the depths of the heavenly river, but I couldn't go far even after using all my strength. Wei Qing suddenly grunted and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "You've explored Tianquan?" Wei Wuya asked in surprise. "Why didn't I know?" Wei Qing blinked and recalled. "Back then, I was stuck at the peak of the martial supreme realm for 3 years. I couldn't break through. So, I had the idea of using Tianquan. I hoped to use the power of Shindu to break through the barrier." He retracted his gaze and looked at Wei Wuya. "Although my father has repeatedly told me not to make decisions on my own, I was stuck at the peak of martial arts for a long time back then, and I really had no choice. After walking 100 miles in the Tianquan River, they couldn't withstand the erosion of the strange force and escaped. Now that I think about it, it's really embarrassing." "What nonsense!" Wei Wuya rebuked. He hadn't even reached the true immortal realm, and he wanted to enter the fairies' capital. Furthermore, if you break the rules of the fairies' capital and Old Man Meng blames you, I don't think I can protect you with my power at that time. Wei Qing lowered his head gloomily. "I've realized my mistake. It's just that the scene reminded me of the past." Wei Wuya couldn't help but feel a little scared and cursed. Anyway, you've hardened your wings and I can't control you." He flicked his sleeve and turned his face away, very angry. "Don't be angry, father," Wei Qing laughed. "How can there be a safe path for people of my generation to walk in cultivation? Which one of them didn't walk out of it with a narrow escape? There's no reason for you to stay in seclusion all day." Wei Wuya also knew this, but his face was still long and he snorted. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said, "I didn't call you father and son here to reminisce about the past. Now, the strange force around us feels almost the same, as if it has reached a relatively balanced state. God's capital is most likely nearby. So where should we go to break through space?" Wei Wuya looked around and said, "Let's just rely on luck. Didn't you cultivate the eye of truth? Can't you see any clues?" Knowing that the two were unreliable, Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a golden light as he began to search the nearby area. Wei Qing and his son quietly followed behind him, not disturbing him. A moment later, Yunxiao suddenly stopped. The golden light in his eyes grew brighter and flickered as he said, "I've already found 17 weak spatial nodes and placed them in different locations. I'll break through all the nodes in a moment, and if nothing goes wrong, 17 storms will appear at the same time, tearing this space apart. If we're lucky, one of them should lead us to the underworld. We'll force our way in." 17. Wei Qing and his son both sucked in a cold breath. Wei Qing's face immediately twisted as he angrily rebuked, "What kind of joke are you playing? He might be able to withstand the tearing force of 2 or 3 space storms, but to produce 17 at once, even a world king wouldn't be able to withstand it." "You've underestimated the realm king," Yunxiao sneered. "He's not a saint. 17 is a joke," Wei Wuya said worriedly. "Even if we manage to kill 7, we might still be able to hold our own." Yunxiao shook his head. "I'm not asking you to take it head-on. I'm just asking you to find the one that leads to the underworld when the 17 spatial storms arrive, and then rush over. The probability of 7 is too small. If none of them are right, it'll be almost impossible to enter the fairies' capital again after this space is destroyed." Wei Qing said in a deep moment, "The spatial node is destroyed. The storm will come. How is it possi D1E to RMCLTNE entrance to SNEN, due in Sukna short time? There's also the worst possibility. If all 17 of them miss, what should we do? Then we're really dead. Wei Wuya gritted his teeth. Yunxiao chuckled and said, Who was the one who said that the cultivation path of my generation is fraught with danger? Where is the safe path? Once you set foot on the path of martial arts, you would be ready to lose your life at any time. So, it's the same this time. The father and son were shocked. They seemed to have sensed something and turned their gazes over. Yunxiao raised his hand, and his body began to gradually turn into thunder from his head down. Wei Qing was the first to react as he roared, Crazy! Quickly stop. Because of his roar, a large number of bubbles appeared in the water of the heavenly river, and they gurgled in all directions, as if it was about to boil. Yunxiao looked at the two men coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He had completely turned into thunder, and the thunder light around him was ferocious. 10,000 lightning tribulation. Boom! A thunderclap boomed from the bottom of the lake, and all the water in the Sky River evaporated immediately. A giant whirlpool appeared in the river. Green lightning flickered in the vortex, and with the addition of purple lightning, it added a touch of color. Wei Qing and his son's faces instantly turned pale. They only saw 17 purple thunderbolts rush into the void, and then the entire space stagnated, as if they couldn't recover from the shock. A different kind of pressure instantly descended. Boom! Almost instantly, all 17 space nodes exploded, and the surrounding scene completely changed. It had been flowing water a moment ago, but now it had turned into a chaotic black, as if it had been thrown into the universe. More than 10 terrifying forces descended from all directions, and the three of them instantly felt as if their bodies had been slashed by thousands of sharp blades, about to be torn into pieces. Damn it! He's indeed a madman. Wei Qing opened his mouth and roared, but his voice couldn't get out. His hands didn't dare to stay still for a moment as he desperately formed hand seals. Wei Wuya did the same. The father and son worked together and instantly created a barrier. The barrier was only about 30 feet wide, which was just enough to protect both of them, and they did not care about Yunxiao's life at all. Boom, boom, boom. Even so, under the combined power of two Void Pinnacle experts, the barrier was directly compressed into an oval under the impact of the spatial storm. It seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow and would explode at any moment. This is the place. Suddenly, Yunxiao's stern voice rang out clearly in Wei Qing and his son's ears. The father and son were both shocked. They had no idea how he had sent the message and turned their heads slightly. Yunxiao was fighting against the terrifying spatial storms alone, his body covered in a layer of armor, protected by a layer of purple thunder. His golden eyes were dyed with a bright blood-red color as he stared excitedly at a spatial storm. Let's go! Seeing Yunxiao rush into the spatial storm without hesitation, Wei Qing made a prompt decision and shouted. The father and son immediately separated their palms and turned into beams of light with all their strength, chasing after Yunxiao. Boom! The storm hit the three of them, emitting a terrifying pressure. The three of them were like small boats swaying in the waves, ready to capsize at any moment. Although the figure was lonely and weak, it revealed an unyielding determination. With a flash of light, it rushed into the target and disappeared in this broken space. At the same time, a huge tearing force spread out, affecting the entire shattered cloud sky river. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, collapsing toward the center. It was like the end of the world. This sudden change immediately alarmed the people of the holy region. In an instant, Nanfeng Xian and a few other experts arrived. However, none of them could get close to the vortex. From a distance of tens of thousands of feet, they felt a sense of crisis that was close to annihilation. Fear rose in their hearts, and they did not dare to move forward. What's with this destructive power? One of the warriors asked in shock. Everyone's faces turned pale as they looked in front of them in horror. The energy contained in the vortex was so strong that even their divine senses were directly swallowed up when they came close. He couldn't sense what was going on inside at all. The only thing he could sense was that the terrifying power was getting closer and closer with the storm, and the danger of death was spreading in his heart. A large number of cultivators retreated one after another. After retreating several times, the spreading power of the storm finally stopped. However, with the shattered cloud sky river as the center, everything within a 20,000-mile radius had become a black hole, devouring everything. Lord Wei Qing, Nanfeng Xian stared at the huge black hole. All her vision and divine sense were completely sucked in, and she could not sense anything. Nanfeng Xian's eyes were filled with worry as she stood in front of the black hole for a long time. At this moment, Yunxiao and the other two were bearing a huge impact, and they were desperately rushing forward while enduring the pain of their bodies being squeezed. In just a few breaths, it was as if he had crossed thousands of miles and passed through countless spaces before he finally saw a ray of light. The rumbling sound was loud in their ears. Wei Qing and his son were bleeding from their 7 orifices. The moment they rushed into the light, they both spat out blood and their faces turned red. The 3 of them calmed down and recovered from the shock of their blood and qi, looking around. They were under a towering tree, the color of the grass extending into the distance. Countless flowers and trees sat on it. There were birds chirping but no bird shadow. There was the sound of water but no stream. There were petals falling but no wind. The air was like a clear stream. Yunxiao looked up. His eyes pierced through the layers of shadows and saw a bright white sky above the clear sky, which seemed to be covered with divine light. His heart immediately thumped wildly. Lord Wuxia, is this the place? Yunxiao's face was filled with joy. With the scenery and spirit qi here, even if it was not divine capital, it was not far away. We've finally arrived. Even Wei Qing had never been to this place before. If he had not entered Shendu before the demonic war, his state of mind would not have been as calm as it was now. Now that he had stepped into the ultimate void stage, even the creation realm was not that far away. The fairies' capital was naturally not that attractive to him. In addition, Wei Wuxia had been cultivating in the divine capital for 100 years and had told him many things, so he didn't show much emotion. However, it was rumored that the underworld fire would give one a chance to become a realm king in that land. That was why he was so excited. It was the same for Wei Wuxia. He had been cultivating in the divine capital for 100 years, but he did not know anything about the netherworld fire. It was not until Yunxiao told him about Yuan and Zhuokuan in detail on the way that he was dumbfounded. That damned old man Meng. There's such a huge opportunity hidden in the land, but it's never been mentioned. Wei Wuxia's mind was filled with many thoughts as he looked around. His gaze stopped at the southeast and he pointed in that direction. Old man Meng is hiding in that area. Even I have never entered it. The 3 of them immediately turned into rays of light and flew toward the southeast. After flying for several hours, everyone was a little stunned. In the beginning, this area was still filled with birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. Gradually, the spiritual qi became thin and was replaced by the strange power of the earth realm. As they flew further and further away, almost all that flowed out was this kind of power. Fortunately, the 3 of them were experienced and knowledgeable. Although they were surprised, they did not feel that it was inappropriate. However, in the end, the spiritual qi was almost all gone, and it was filled with that kind of power. Is this already the boundary? Wei Qing suddenly asked, his face full of suspicion. It was clearly far from what he had imagined. Wei Wuxia shook his head. I've never been to this area before. Although there are 3 elders in Shendu, everything in Shendu is under Old Man Meng's control. Amaterasu and I are also under his control. We've been cultivating in our own areas and haven't seen any outsiders for decades. Yunxiao reached out and clenched his fist, feeling the power of the earth realm that filled the space. This place should still be inside the fairies' capital. His eyes glowed with a golden light. As he flew, he looked at the vast land and said, "The spiritual energy under the earth is extremely dense, so it should be an excellent spiritual vein, just like the place we came from before. It's just that it's being suppressed by the power of the earth, which is why it looks so dilapidated. The entrance to the earth must be in front of us." His heart was burning, and he could not help but speed up. A few hours later, a shadow suddenly appeared on the originally flat land. Looking carefully, it was actually a huge mountain that reached the sky. It rose from the ground and stood alone in front of them. How can there be such a huge mountain? Wuxia asked in shock. The mountain was so majestic that it suddenly appeared in front of them, causing all three of them to be surprised. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. The shape of the mountain was somewhat familiar to him. He quickly searched through his memories and suddenly thought of something, which made his face change. A bright light burst out of his eyes as he stared at the huge mountain in horror. Wei Qing was also looking around and said, "This mountain is extremely extraordinary. There seems to be some kind of rule hidden behind its location. It seems that the convergence of the Earth's spirit veins or the formation core is being suppressed by this mountain." He saw blood and immediately pointed out the key point. Wuxia also stroked his beard and smiled. "That's right, I was thinking the same. Young Master Yun, what do you think?" He looked at Xianxia with a smug look. They saw Xianxia standing there quietly with a solemn face, as if he was lost in thought, turning a deaf ear to their words. Wei Qing snorted and said, "Li Xianxia, what have you thought of? You can just say it out so that everyone can take a look at it together." His voice was quite loud, and it woke Xianxia up from his deep thoughts. Xianxia gave him a reproachful look as he shook his head and said, "It's just a guess at the moment. I can't be sure. Let's go into the mountains and take a look first. If I'm not wrong, the land should be under this mountain." Wei Qing and his son looked at each other and frowned. "Since my father and I have come to the land with you, we're working together," Wei Qing said unhappily. "If you're always on guard and hiding things from us, then there's no need for you to go on this trip to the underworld." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "It's a little troublesome to explain this to you. I've seen this mountain's shape and aura in another place, and it's very similar. If I can further verify my thoughts, I might be able to guess the cause of the formation of the Earth realm." "What? The cause of the formation of the Earth realm?" Wei Qing and his son were both shocked. Wuxia was even more surprised. "The land has been here for a long time, and I'm afraid that even second brother Meng doesn't know its origin. How did you come to that conclusion?" Wei Qing knew that Xianxia was not a man who would talk nonsense about such things, so he asked directly, "Where have you seen such a magnificent mountain?" Although the realm of heavenly martial arts was huge, it was rare to see such a magnificent mountain. If there was, the father and son would not be ignorant of it. "It's the same," Xianxia said without hiding anything. "On my trip to the North Sea, I saw a similar mountain in the land of 10,000 spirits. There was a bottomless pit in the mountain that led to the vast universe. I've heard that the giant pit only appeared after a peerless expert punched a hole through the realm of heavenly martial arts." Break through the realm of heavenly martial arts? A huge pit. The father and son were both shocked. Wuxia asked impatiently, "What exactly did you experience on this trip to the North Sea?" "It's a long story," Xianxia said. "It's not something that can be explained in a few words. I'll tell you in detail when we get back. Let's go take a look in the mountains first. Perhaps I'm wrong." Wei Qing also wanted to ask something, but his expression suddenly changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words and did not ask. He could already hear the holy demon's cry of alarm. "World pit. This brat is talking about the realm pit. What is a realm pit?" Wei Qing hurriedly asked. The holy demon was a little agitated, and it hurriedly said, "Could it be that this so-called boundary is actually a boundary pit?" Wei Qing's tone turned cold as he said, "Lord Holy Demon, I advise you to answer my questions properly and not talk nonsense. I don't like this. Hee. I was too excited." The holy demon began to patiently answer. Just as they were talking secretly, Xianxia gave him a faint glance, which gave Wei Qing a fright. His face turned a little unsightly as he thought, "I'm so scared that I can't even see you. Could it be that he discovered my communication with the holy demon? Why are you looking at me?" Wei Qing's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Xianxia smiled, narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's go. We're going into the mountains. I only saw you in a daze. If I didn't look at you, who would I look? Wei Qing glanced at Wei Wuya, who was also looking at him with a questioning expression, and he let out a sigh of relief. He immediately calmed his mind and flew into the mountain with Yunxiao while communicating with the holy demon. This is a Kasaya. When the three of them flew into the huge mountain, after about half an incense's time, they were all stunned by the scenery that appeared in front of them. What appeared in front of him was not an abyssal starry sky, but a sea of rivers and mountains that converged forward. Above the rivers and mountains, there were large amounts of clouds and mist. It was like a dream, like a fairyland. It was a world of difference from the scene outside the giant mountain. Yunxiao's patience was running out. With a dark face, he said, "How long more before we reach the boundary? What kind of place is the land?" Wei Qing became indifferent and said, "Since we're here, we'll take things as they come. Let's follow these mountains and rivers. There's always an end to everything. It shouldn't be far ahead." Through his conversation with the holy demon, he already understood what a world pit was. While he was shocked, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Moreover, according to the holy demon's voice transmission, it was very likely that this place was the boundary pit, which was in line with Yunxiao's guess. If the world pit was created by such a magnificent force, then the opportunities that could be obtained here would definitely not be small. He thought to himself, no wonder the lord of the earth realm could become a realm king. This terrain was created by an existence that surpassed a realm king. "Let's go," he said. Yunxiao frowned, but as if he was too lazy to say anything, he took the lead and rushed in. Wei Qing and his son followed closely behind. The three of them continued to move forward. The further they went, the fewer branches the river had, and the wider the river was, the lower the sea of clouds was. At the furthest point, it actually formed the image of hundreds of rivers entering the sea. The clouds and mist were faintly discernible, making it difficult to distinguish between heaven and earth. After an hour, the clouds and fog had completely stuck to the surface of the river. There was no distinction between them, and it was difficult to tell the direction. It was as if they could not walk to the end. The clouds and fog had turned from thin to thick milky white. By the time everyone noticed it, the distance of their divine senses had been reduced to a mere 10,000 feet. Even when Yunxiao used his eye technique, he could feel a faint force preventing him from peeking, and his perception of the surrounding situation became weaker and weaker. The suppression of the power of the earth here seemed to be even stronger than at the bottom of the Tianquan River. "Don't you guys feel like something is watching us?" Yunxiao was the first to stop as he looked around with a solemn expression. After he said that, the other two couldn't help but be surprised. At their level, this kind of feeling wouldn't be born from a sixth sense for no reason. Yunxiao circulated the sun incantation, and the golden light in his eyes flickered and then disappeared. As if it was forcibly suppressed by something, his face changed drastically. But even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to see that the clouds and mist were flowing without any wind. Although the speed was slow, there seemed to be some kind of power inside that was slowly closing in. Yunxiao stared at the cloud and said solemnly, "There's indeed something hiding in this cloud and mist, and it's surrounding us. It's really strange, so be careful." Wei Qing and his son were both shocked. They had just sent their divine senses over, but they were blocked by a force. However, they also sensed that there was something strange in the depths of the clouds. "The clouds and mist around us are moving, and even I feel like I'm being suppressed," Wei Qing said with a grave expression. As Yunxiao studied the cloud, his body suddenly tensed up, which startled Wei Qing and his son, who had been paying attention to his every move. Wei Wuya quickly asked, "What did you discover?" "The undercurrent in the depths of the clouds suddenly accelerated," Yunxiao said with a grave expression. "It seems to be trying to lock us in." "There's a living being here?" Wei Qing was shocked. "I don't think so." Yunxiao nodded. "Perhaps it's some monster born by heaven and earth. However, that thing is extremely careful and hid itself after I detected it. I can't detect any signs of it now." "If even you can't detect it," Wei Wuya said in a deep voice, "it's obvious that this thing has become one with its surroundings. It'll be very difficult to deal with. No matter how strange it is, It can't escape the laws of heaven and earth. Still in the God realm. With the three of us, what's there to fear? Wei Qing sneered. The three of them were all Void Realm experts, and they could even fight a Creation Realm expert. The land is not ordinary, Wei Wuya said. It's best to be careful. Humph, he snorted. Wei Qing snorted coldly, and the aura around him exploded without restraint. He made a hand seal. Ever since he had refined the yin-yang qi bottle and received guidance from a holy demon, his confidence had increased greatly. As he performed the incantation gesture, the golden characters swirled above his head and turned into a huge golden arrow. The arrow shone with a golden light, gilding the cloud qi. As if feeling the power contained in the arrow, the surrounding clouds retreated a little and immediately continued to surround them without fear of death. Wei Qing shouted, and the arrow pierced through the sky with a whoosh sound, directly shooting into the cloud where the fluctuations were the strongest. The arrow was instantly devoured by the clouds, leaving only a golden tail of light behind. Then it was also devoured by the clouds. Silence spread, and the surroundings turned white. There was no other movement, as if the clouds in the depths had stopped moving. What? Wei Qing was shocked, and a bright light burst out from his eyes as he stared at the cloud. Although he had not used his full strength in the attack just now, it was not something that ordinary martial artists could take. Yun Xiao and Wei Wuya were also taken aback. While they were still in shock, an extremely terrifying energy suddenly erupted 10,000 feet away. Boom! Like cold water dripping into boiling oil, the energy turned into a hurricane and swept over, causing the entire sea of clouds to roll. What made everyone's expression turn ugly was that the sea of clouds was actually accompanied by the roars of beasts. Countless auras instantly exploded and connected into one. The clouds and mist condensed into hundreds of millions of giant beasts, all of which roared at the sky, venting their anger at their territory being invaded. Roar! The few cloud beasts at the front were the first to attack, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Their attacks carried a sharp pressure as they attacked the three of them. As expected, everyone is careful. Yun Xiao's face turned cold as he stared calmly at the thousands of giant beasts, his eyes flashing with a golden light. Just as the attacks were about to reach them, golden light suddenly rose around the three of them, turning into sharp blades that slashed at the front. As the wind and clouds surged, the giant beasts suddenly disintegrated, turning into broken limbs and finally dissipating into clouds. The other giant beasts all came to a halt. They could sense that these three were quite powerful, so they only roared and attacked a few times to test the waters, but the power they contained wasn't too strong. These things all have the power of the immortal state? Wei Qing was shocked. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. It was obvious that they were formed by the power of the Earth realm, and they were just the most ordinary forms. Wei Wuya's eyes lit up, and after staring at it for a while, he suddenly said, "Since the power of the Earth realm can gather clouds and take form, it can naturally be used by me." "What do you mean, father?" Wei Qing frowned. "The Lord of the Earth realm has obtained the power of the Earth realm," Wei Wuya said slowly. "In other words, this power could be obtained. Since the clouds can gather qi and take form, we can also absorb this power." Wei Qing immediately understood and said in surprise, "Father, are you confident?" Wei Wuya nodded with a smile. "I've been in Shen Du for many years, and I've not only been focused on cultivation. The energy within the shattered cloud sky river could also be absorbed, but it was too weak and useless. However, it's different here. If we continue forward, there should be an even stronger existence. And the end point is the Yellow Spring Nether Fire." Both Yun Xiao and Wei Qing's faces changed slightly, and their eyes began to burn. The underworld fire was the source of the power of the Earth realm, just like the Nirvana Purple Mansion world destroying divine thunder, which was born from the power of the Earth realm. If he could completely refine it, he would be able to step into the Realm King realm. However, since ancient times, only a few people had been able to completely refine it. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Kill. I don't know if these things have intelligence, but they still look a little clever. Wei Qing's expression turned cold as he swept his gaze over the cloud mist monsters one by one, his killing intent rising. If he could obtain the netherworld fire, he would not even need to go to the devil realm. He would almost certainly reach the creation realm. Yunxiao's eyes darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Then, let's do it." Whether it was related to the netherworld fire or Meng Wu and her brother, they all made him a little upset. He was furious when he looked at the eager marshmallows in front of him. Haha, kill. Wei Qing's heroic spirit reached the clouds as he shouted. His body instantly glowed with golden light, as if he was covered in a layer of golden light, and he suddenly attacked forward. Boom! The giant cotton beasts made a commotion and scattered in all directions. However, under the impact of Wei Qing's attack, a large number of them were scattered. However, the scattered clouds were not like the ones before, which had scattered with the wind. Instead, they slowly condensed in the sky and once again turned into a larger cotton beast. It glared covetously, but was also full of fear as it stared at the three people. The cloud beasts that had not been scattered seemed to be a little afraid of this new kin. They could not help but retreat to the side and keep a distance from it. Not dead. Wei Qing frowned. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said, "These things aren't living things to begin with. They're only condensed from the power of the earth. And the amount of power determined the length of survival. If we want to kill them, we have to suppress the power that is gathering them, or even break them up." "Oh," Wei Qing said as he looked at Yunxiao with a playful look and said, "The power of the earth realm is also the power of the realm. I'm afraid only your purple lightning or devil essence can suppress him." "Lord Wei Qing," Yunxiao said calmly, "you are too humble. Even if I can suppress some of the cotton, I can't guarantee that there won't be more. The way to solve this problem once and for all is to use the yin-yang qi bottle to absorb all of the cotton." Wei Qing was stunned for a moment and then muttered to himself. He had thought about using the yin and yang air bottle, but Yunxiao's divine sense was too sharp. He was afraid that if he used the bottle and discovered the holy demon inside, he would be in deep trouble. Yunxiao gave him a glance and said, "What's wrong? You're not willing to use? You think I'm as petty as you?" Wei Qing sneered. He made a hand seal with one hand and a golden light appeared on his hand. Then, he opened his 5 fingers and a wisp of yin and yang qi circled around his palm, turning into a silver bottle and falling into his hand. It had an ordinary shape and an ancient, plain body. At first glance, even Yunxiao would not think that it was a holy artifact. "What are you looking at?" "Shut up," Wei Qing shouted angrily as he turned his body slightly to make the bottle out of Yunxiao's sight. The holy demon had sent him a voice transmission, asking him to absorb these cloud beasts with the bottle, and was confident that Yunxiao would not find out. However, Wei Qing was still worried. If there was anyone in the world who gave him the biggest headache and had the least confidence in dealing with him, it would undoubtedly be the person in front of him. Yunxiao chuckled dryly and said sarcastically, "You won't even let me see, and you say I'm stingy? Is there something wrong with your brain? You coward! You're the one who's sick in the head." Wei Qing roared. "Get lost! Don't get in my way!" Yunxiao smiled and said nothing. He crossed his arms over his chest and watched coldly from the side. He was also extremely interested in the yin-yang dual qi bottle. As long as Wei Qing was on his side, the more powerful the bottle was, the better it was. Wei Qing made a hand seal and hit the bottle. Suddenly, a silver light shot out of the bottle and into the sky, turning into a double-colored light. The cloud beast's eyes revealed a look of surprise. They seemed to have realized that this thing was extraordinary. Their reaction was also decisive. They immediately turned around and ran. Boom! However, the world trembled and time and space seemed to freeze. In an instant, space reversed and all the cotton beasts and clouds were suppressed by the yin and yang qi and collected into the treasure bottle. Yunxiao's face flickered with surprise as he looked at the bottle in horror. The power of the bottle was beyond his expectation. Every time it appeared, it was stronger than he had expected. The patterns on the mouth of the bottle swirled, and golden runes swirled up and down. Everything within the range of the yin and yang qi was affected, and all of them rushed into the bottle. In a few moments, the cotton beasts had disappeared and the area in front of them became clear. Not only that, even the strange power of the earth realm that had been filling the air could not be felt at all, as it had been completely absorbed by the treasure bottle. This Bai and Xianxia could not help but be a little surprised. If he encountered the netherworld fire later, and this guy took out the treasure bottle to take it away, who would he cry to then? Wei Wuya's face was also filled with joy, and he praised the power of the treasure bottle. The holy demon's ecstatic voice came from the bottle. Haha, this thing is indeed the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. Quickly, go and find the source. If you can completely refine it, you won't need to go to the devil realm to find the devil bone. Wei Qing was also quite happy. He transmitted a message. It's not that easy to get the underworld fire. If I can refine it completely, I'll be a world king. The holy demon said, yes, that thing is condensed from the world's power, so it does have this power. However, not everyone can refine it at will, and the transforming Qilin demon bone is different. The probability of refining and absorbing it is extremely high. Let's go to the land first. If we can't get the netherworld fire, then we'll go to the devil world, Wei Qing said. That's good, the holy demon said. However, I'm a little curious. This place is a realm pit, so why would there be a manifestation of realm power? If I'm not wrong, there must have been two peerless experts fighting here back then. One of them had the power of the realm and was either a true dragon or a realm king. Then, he was sent to get a lunchbox by the other expert. However, the power of the world in his body did not dissipate. Instead, it settled down in the pit, thus forming what you all call the underworld fire. It's that complicated? Wei Qing was stunned. The holy demon chuckled and said, that's most likely it. It's just that it's been a long time, so I'm afraid it's difficult to investigate. Wei Qing nodded and stopped talking to the holy demon. Instead, he gave Xianxia a smug look and said with a sneer, Alliance Master Yun, let's go. What's the meaning of this confused look? With a thoughtful look on his face, Xianxia came back to his senses, nodded slightly, and said softly, let's go, he said. Wei Qing frowned slightly. He could tell that Xianxia had something in mind, but he could not guess what he was thinking, so he could not help but feel a little nervous. But on second thought, as long as he broke into the fate realm with the power of the bottle, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the world, and he would no longer have to fear Xianxia unless the latter had stepped into the realm of regional king. Although the chances of one entering the realm of regional king with the divine realm tablet were higher than that of ordinary people, it was only relatively speaking. The absolute chances were still very low. The three of them continued to fly forward. In just a moment, the strange force of the land appeared again, but the three were not afraid. Occasionally, they would encounter hidden cloud beasts, and the weak ones would be directly scattered, while the strong ones would be directly absorbed by Wei Qing. Several hours later, the sky in front of him was as clean as a wash. There were no clouds at all, only an aurora appeared. A strange light rose up, dazzling like a thin ribbon, faintly floating and protecting the multicolored light in the center. The multicolored light illuminated the heavens and the earth, and the strange force it emitted could suppress everything within 1,000 miles. It was clearly extraordinary. Xianxia, Wei Qing, and his son both narrowed their eyes and looked over, only to find that they could not see anything inside the light. There were only waves of frequency fluctuations that shook their minds. Earth realm power. The few of them were shocked. This multicolored light was the source of the strange force that filled the giant mountain. The three of you, please stop. Xianxia and the others were about to enter the strange scene when a familiar voice suddenly came. Then, a man appeared in front of the three of them. His face was as dark as water, but his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Gongyang Zhengqi. Yunxiao's face darkened when he recognized the man in front of him. He asked impatiently, have you captured the Mengu siblings? Wei Qing also looked coldly at Gongyang Zhengqi, who was also one of the 5 great governors of the Holy Region. At this moment, Gongyang Zhengqi's aura was completely different from before. He seemed to be completely integrated into this strange scene, and no clues could be seen. That's right. Gongyang Zhengxi nodded. I'm the one who brought the siblings here, but I didn't capture them. Please use more precise words. Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and his face relaxed a little. As long as the siblings were safe, he was fine. Where are the siblings now? Before Gongyang Zhengxi could answer, Wei Qing's face darkened and he said coldly, You killed my people and snatched the siblings away, and you still have the face to say that you're not captured? Don't tell me it's an invitation. Gongyang Zhengxi narrowed his eyes and looked straight at him. He sneered, Of course it's a treat. They're the juniors of Lord True Lord. You're the one who captured them, right? Wei Qing's expression changed slightly and he snorted, Gongyang Zhengxi, we may be familiar with each other, but if you speak nonsense, I will sue you for slander. Which eye of yours saw me arrest him? He knew that he could no longer hide his little tricks. Perfected Lord Mengling had most likely already found out. However, he had the power of Void Boundary and Wei Wuya. Unless perfected Lord Mengling was in the creation realm, no one could do anything to him. Therefore, he had no fear. As long as he insisted that he didn't snatch anyone, no one could do anything to them. I won't care about this, Gongyang Zhengxi said coldly. When the time comes, a supreme will come to you. Where are the siblings? Yun Xiao asked. Gongyang Zhengxi pointed at the cloud and said, He's currently receiving the inheritance from the earth realm within the clouds. What? The three of them were shocked, and the expressions on their faces were all different. Wei Qing's face was gloomy as he stared at the cloud. He gritted his teeth and said, Inheritor of the netherworld fire. Yun Xiao was both surprised and delighted. If Meng Wu and her brother got the netherworld fire, it would be almost the same as him getting it. Can the siblings withstand this power? There won't be any problems, right? Gongyang Zhengxi saw that something was wrong with Wei Qing's expression and was immediately on guard against him. He reminded him coldly, I don't know what the inheritance is, but you'd better be honest. Wei Qing's body moved slightly, and his heart was in a dilemma. He stared at the light, not knowing if he should rush in and snatch it. The holy demon in the silver bottle suddenly sent a voice transmission. There's indeed something extraordinary in that ray of light. If I make a move, do you have the confidence to snatch it? Wei Qing said dejectedly, I'm not confident at all. We can't defeat Yun Xiao and Gongyang Zhengxi together. Not to mention that there's also the mysterious perfected Lord Mengling. I wonder how strong she is. What if I can hold back that true monarch? The holy demon asked. You can fight. Wei Qing was shocked. Although I haven't recovered my strength yet, and there's the pressure of the realm here, I can still suppress a void extreme divine realm expert for a moment. The holy demon said after a moment of silence. That true Lord Mengling might not be void pinnacle, Wei Qing said. Unless it's a perfected creation realm expert, I can even hold off an ordinary creation realm expert. The holy demon sneered. As long as you have a way to suppress Yun Xiao and Gongyang Zhengxi, then absorb your netherworld earth fire with the yin and yang air bottles, you can turn around and run. Then, this great opportunity is yours. The holy demon's words tempted Wei Qing. It wasn't that he couldn't delay them. There were still a lot of killing weapons in the yin and yang chi bottle. If he released all of them, he could delay them for a while. When he thought about how he had the netherworld fire all to himself and how he had the opportunity to break through to the World King realm, he could not help but feel a fire burning in his heart. Lord Wei Qing, do you know what is the most important thing to a person? Just as Wei Qing was struggling in his heart, Yun Xiao's sudden words disrupted his mood. He quivered and came back to his senses, then said reflexively, What? Yun Xiao sneered, as if he had seen through his heart. The most important thing for a person is to have a clear understanding of themselves. What should be done and what shouldn't be done, they must be clear. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. Wei Qing's expression changed and he immediately became alert. He knew that Yun Xiao had caught his emotions and thoughts. Wei Wuya and Gongyang Zhengxi also understood the underlying meaning of his words, and their bodies trembled slightly as they became alert. The surrounding atmosphere became tense and heavy as a result. The four of them were at daggers drawn. Humph! Wei Qing sneered. Are you saying that I don't know my own limits? Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, I don't know if you have one or not. Only you know. Of course, I hope you have one. Wei Qing was silent for a while. Then he suddenly said in a cold voice, What if I don't? The air around them suddenly froze, and the tense atmosphere was instantly compressed, as if it would explode at any time. Yunxiao was not afraid. He just sneered and said, If there isn't, then it will be very troublesome. Those who know others are wise, and those who know themselves are clear. If he didn't have the wisdom to know people, he was at most a fool. However, if you don't know your own limits, it's very likely that you're already dead. Is it up to you to decide whether I die or not? Wei Qing said coldly. Of course not. Yunxiao shook his head with a smile and said, It's your own decision. Shut up. Wei Qing angrily rebuked, a fierce look flashing in the depths of his eyes as a monstrous killing intent rose from his body. At this moment, he was like a gambler who had put all his eggs in one basket. All he had was the obsession of the winner being king and the loser being a bandit. As long as Yunxiao and Gongyang Jingxi were kept busy, and the holy demon was keeping true Lord Mengling busy, he would be able to take the netherworld fire. Yunxiao and Gongyang Jingxi were instantly alerted. Their bodies trembled at the same time as they clenched their fists and performed incantation gestures, staring at Wei Qing and his son, ready to fight at any moment. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from within the clouds, causing the four figures to freeze. Not good! Gongyang Jingxi cried out in surprise. He turned around and left the few of them behind as he charged into the multicolored light. Yunxiao was more worried about Meng Wu and her brother's situation, so he could not care about Wei Qing at the moment. With a flash, he rushed in front of Gongyang Jingxi and stepped into the cave. The surrounding scene suddenly changed. Light green flames spread out, and the temperature suddenly rose. A faint light automatically emanated from Yunxiao's body to protect him. Underworld fire! He couldn't help but be shocked. He found that he had entered the world of fire, which was a completely different world. The road behind them was also gone, and they could not leave. This dark fire is very spiritual, and it has its own world. I wonder where Meng Wu and the others are. Where was true Lord Mengling? That miserable cry just now sounded very much like Meng Bale's voice. Yunxiao was worried as he walked slowly in the world of fire. With each step, flames would rise and hit the light. What made Yunxiao's face change the most was that as long as he extended his divine sense more than 100 feet out, it would be immediately burned by the dark fire, making it difficult for him to spread it any further. In this independent world, it was no different from being blind if one didn't use divine sense to explore the way. After taking a few steps, Yunxiao gave up the aimless search and stood still, but his eyes began to flicker and shoot out a violent aura. Since I can't find the direction, I can only try to split this world of fire. He raised his hand and with a wave of his arm, a thunderbolt appeared. It condensed into a purple color between his 5 fingers and extended into a sword. The sword was more than 3 feet long and was overflowing with cold air. There were lightning and purple light flashing on it. As soon as the purple thunder sword was drawn out, the dark fire in the surroundings was forced back, forming a vacuum of more than 100 feet around Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao, what are you doing? Suddenly, a stern shout came from behind. Yunxiao turned around and saw Wei Qing, his father, and Gongyang Jingxi. All 3 of them looked at him in surprise. In particular, Gongyang Jingxi and Wei Qing's eyes were almost on fire. Lord Gongyang, Yunxiao said happily, you've come at the right time. Where are Meng Wu and the others? Gongyang Jingxi's face was a little pale. He stopped him and said, Don't do anything rash. The Netherworld Fire World is the core of the entire land. If you destroy it, the entire land will collapse, and it might even affect the saints. Yunxiao's face darkened as he asked again, Is your Excellence's hearing bad? I'm asking where Meng Wu and the others are. Seeing Yunxiao's anger, Gongyang Jingxi said with a serious face, The Netherworld Fire is an independent realm, vast and boundless. I don't know where they are. Only true Lord knows. Yunxiao clenched the violet thunder sword in his hand, poured his power into it, and held it horizontally in front of him. His eyes were cold, and his face looked a little ferocious under the light of the sword. In that case, it's useless to ask you. I'll do it myself. Stop! Wei Qing was shocked. If this world collapses, the netherworld fire will also be gone. Don't do anything stupid. Yun Xiao ignored him. The underworld fire was important, but the lives of Meng Wu and her brother were more important. He raised the purple thunder sword without any hesitation. Thousands of rays of sword light spread out and a thunder dragon appeared. The purple and green light flashed. Swish! The sword light dimmed and then slashed down in front of him. The entire space emitted a shwa-shwa sound, and a dark and deep crack appeared in front of him. Suddenly, two beams of light flashed and appeared on both sides in front of Yun Xiao, slapping at the violet thunder sword at the same time. One of them was Wei Qing. As he clenched his palm, a green light appeared and turned into a seal that struck the lightning, creating a large ripple. The other person was Gongyang Zhengqi. He raised his black battle spear, and with a chi sound, he pierced into the violet thunder sword, penetrating the monstrous power. Boom! The violet thunder sword suddenly shattered under their joint attack, turning into countless lightning snakes that shot toward the two of them. Bang! 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 The two of them used their movement techniques to swim over the flames and avoid all the lightning snakes. They also condensed their palms and formed a barrier in front of them to protect themselves. Only then did he manage to block all the power of lightning. Yun Xiao looked at the two men coldly, then glanced at Wei Wuya, who had not made a move yet, and said ferociously, "You three want to die." Gongyang Zhengqi's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "I don't want to fight with you, so don't mess around." The Mengwu siblings are the descendants of the Lord Immortal, so their concern for the two siblings is naturally no less than yours. In addition, the true Lord was the most familiar with this world of fire. If you rashly break open this world, you might harm the two of them. Wei Qing also made his stand clear and said coldly, "I don't want to mess around with you, but I must get this netherworld fire. Whoever dares to destroy it, I swear to fight to the end." Although Wei Wuya didn't say anything, he was definitely on the same side as the two. After hearing Gongyang Zhengqi's words, Yun Xiao calmed down a little, but he still said stubbornly, "Unless you bring me to them, they will only be safe if they are within my sight. Otherwise, I can only use my own methods to find them. Even if she's their ancestor, I'm not familiar with her, so I can't entrust her to you." "I said I don't know where they are," Gongyang Zhengqi said angrily. "If you insist on causing trouble, I won't be afraid of you, but if it affects the siblings, can you bear the responsibility?" "Li Yun Xiao?" Wei Qing suddenly said, "You're confused because you're concerned. Since this was the dark fire world, there must be a dark fire true body, and the place where the true body was located must be the place with the strongest power. Have you forgotten how we got here?" With that, Yun Xiao scolded himself for being so muddle-headed that he had forgotten to follow the fluctuations of the power to find the source. The violent aura around his body dissipated immediately, and he calmed down. Gongyang Zhengqi's expression changed slightly as he warned, "I advise the three of you to stay here quietly and don't even think about finding the true body of the dark fire. The power of the netherworld fire is not something you can resist. Be careful not to burn yourself while playing with fire." The three of them looked at him coldly, with a look of ridicule. Gongyang Zhengqi's expression turned even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you really going to find the nether fire's true body?" Yun Xiao and Wei Qing had ignored him, and were discussing in detail where to go. Yun Xiao quickly determined the direction, then pointed at one and said, "It should be here, follow me." He led the way, and Wei Qing and his son followed closely. Only Gongyang Zhengqi was left standing on the spot. He was so angry that he stomped his feet, but he was helpless. With his strength alone, it was impossible to block these three people. After stomping his feet, he sighed and followed. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Yun Xiao suddenly stopped and stood there quietly. Wei Qing's heart moved. "What's wrong? Don't tell me." Ingluo. Yun Xiao nodded. "It's the same as the outside. There might be something like a cotton monster Instead of getting angry, Wei Qing was overjoyed. He licked his lips and chuckled. These things are the essence of the dark fire. Where are they? Yunxiao looked around and casually pointed at a few points. Something in the fire seemed to tremble and retreat in all directions. Wei Qing's eyes flashed. He immediately raised his hand and the yin-yang qi bottle flew out. A large amount of yin and yang qi shot out of the bottle and into the surrounding fire, following which several angry roars could be heard, causing the flames to tremble. Extremely strong elemental energy fluctuations spread out and shook the area. Gongyang Zhengqi was shocked as he looked at the silver bottle with a face full of shock. He exclaimed, "A saint artifact." He also had a quasi-saint weapon on him, which was the Great Wheel of Rebirth. Now that the treasure bottle had appeared, he could clearly feel the vibration of the big wheel, which was the phenomenon of profound level weapons under the pressure of level. In a few breaths, a few large fire monsters were caught by the yin and yang qi from the surrounding dark fire and directly dragged into the bottle. Not only that, but Wei Qing seemed to think that he was too slow, and he kept striking the bottle with his hands. Immediately, the yin and yang qi gushed out and instantly covered a radius of several thousand feet, sucking in all the dark fire and fire monsters. Satisfied, Wei Qing used a seal to retrieve the treasure bottle and said casually, "LT's all settled. Let's go." Gongyang Jingqi was already dumbfounded. He said awkwardly, What's with this bottle?" But no one answered him. Yunxiao and the other two continued to walk forward. Gongyang Jingqi's face was livid with anger. He knew that earth-shaking changes must have taken place outside during the time he had entered the land. He had thought that he would be able to regain control of the world after his strength had increased greatly. But now it seemed like it was just wishful thinking. The two people in front of him were not people he could deal with. The four of them continued to sense the weak frequency difference and soon realized that something was wrong. As the power fluctuations grew stronger, the temperature of the flames dropped. How did this happen? Why? Yunxiao was puzzled. All the way here, I found that the stronger the power, the higher the temperature of the flame. Why is it the opposite? Could it be that there's some mystery that caused us to fall into a difficult situation? Wei Qing said, "The underworld fire is condensed from the power of the realm, so it's normal that it's different from ordinary flames. Besides, it's not necessarily a bad thing for there to be changes. Let's go quickly." He was a little excited. He was calculating in his mind how to snatch the dark fire when he really saw it. Yunxiao was silent for a moment. At this point, he had no other choice but to continue walking. Not long after, the temperature dropped sharply to the freezing point, and as they continued to advance, the temperature plummeted. Thin ice crystals condensed in the air, and with every breath he took, he would spit out thick white mist. Even Gongyang Jingqi's face was filled with shock. He didn't know that there would be a place with such a low temperature within the netherworld fire. As they continued walking, icicles began to appear, from the thickness of an arm to the thickness of an arm. There were thousands of them arranged in front of them, blocking everyone's vision. "Things will reverse when they reach an extreme," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "It's so cold inside the dark fire. There must be something wrong if things are abnormal. Be careful." Wei Qing nodded. After walking a little further and going around hundreds of icicles, the path ahead became wider and the icicles were no longer as dense. It was just that the cold air was pressing on one's body and even the few Void Extreme God Realm experts felt pressured. Yunxiao suddenly trembled and cried out in alarm, "Meng Wu! Meng Bai!" In the center of an open space a few hundred feet away, a huge ice pillar supported the sky and the earth, with a radius of more than 10 feet. Meng Wu and her brother sat opposite each other in the icicles, each making a hand seal. Both of them looked like they were in pain. Meng Wu furrowed her brows slightly, and there was a hint of worry on her face. Meng Bai's mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with horror as he shouted. It was obvious that he was the one who had shouted out in surprise. How did this happen? Yunxiao's face was filled with shock and anger as he rushed toward the icicle. Suddenly, an old voice rang out, "Don't touch that pillar!" But it was too late. Yunxiao's hands had already slammed into the pillar, and in just a moment, his palms were frozen. The ice chi flowed up his arm and was about to freeze him. "I told you not to touch it. You're looking for death." A light flashed beside the pillar, and an old man in white appeared. He stared at Yunxiao angrily, his eyes full of ridicule and pity. "True Lord." When Gongyang Zhengxi saw this person, he hurriedly went forward to pay his respects. Wei Qing and his son became alert and on guard, afraid that perfected Lord Mengling would suddenly attack. But true Lord Mengling turned a blind eye to them. All her eyes were fixed on Yunxiao, as if she was waiting to see how he would die. Yunxiao was also shocked. The moment the ice invaded his palm, he almost lost all feeling in his entire arm. Then, an extremely strong cold air rushed into his internal organs. Before he could react, his body was completely frozen. His eyes were filled with shock and horror, but it was only for a moment before the terrified expression froze on his face, and his entire person became an ice sculpture. At this moment, a large amount of ice energy rushed into his spirit sea and mind sea. Not only would the cold chi freeze the body, but it would also freeze the soul and consciousness. Suddenly, a golden force emerged in his spiritual ocean and turned into Yunxiao's appearance. He quickly made a series of hand seals and immediately condensed a golden barrier. Ka. The barrier was covered in a thin layer of ice and was completely frozen. Yunxiao's divine sense sat quietly in the barrier, one hand in an incantation gesture. It was unknown whether he had completely lost consciousness or had fallen into silence. Outside his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, in front of a huge icicle, Yunxiao's body had turned into ice and fused into it. It was as if a large piece of the pillar had protruded out. Gongyang Zhengxi said in horror, "Perfected cultivator, Li Yunxiao is not good." "He's dead," said true Lord Mengling coldly. "He's dead." "Impossible." Gongyang Zhengxi, Wei Qing, and his son were in disbelief under the great shock. Each and every one of them shook their heads like a rattle drum. "Impossible?" True Lord Mengling sneered. "You don't believe me? If you have the ability, go and touch that pillar and see if you'll die." Wei Qing felt the cold air fluctuations coming from the pillar, and his face turned extremely ugly. Yunxiao is the master of the Divine Realm Tablet, and he has mastered the Brahma Purple Mansion world-destroying Divine Thunder. So the strongest ice energy is only elemental power. There's no elemental power in the world that can defeat Zifu Divine Lightning. Elemental power? That's right. Could everything in the world be formed by the 5 elements? If so, is there anything in the world that can surpass the purple lightning? True Lord Mengling sneered as she looked at Wei Qing. The gloominess in her eyes gradually dispersed, and a sharp light shot out. Wei Qing was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The creation realm. He's a creation realm expert. Wei Qing's heart was in turmoil. Never in his dreams would he have thought that true Lord Mengling would be a creation realm existence. Wei Wuya also felt the aura that made his heart tremble, and he couldn't help but stand side by side with Wei Qing. They were both secretly on guard, ready to attack at any moment. Gongyang Zhengxi seemed to have known about true Lord Mengling's strength and was not surprised. He only replied, "There is naturally a power stronger than the purple lightning in the world." "That's right. Isn't the stronger power formed by the 5 elements?" Perfected Lord Mengling asked. "You said that purple lightning is the most powerful element in the world." Wei Qinglong, where's your intelligence? True Lord Mengling laughed without hiding anything. Wei Qing was slightly stunned and then became silent, knowing that what he said was biased. "Old man Meng, how many years has it been since we last met?" Wei Wuya asked. "Now that we've met, you seem to be too distant." True Lord Mengling glanced at him and sneered. "When have we ever known each other? You coward." Wei Wuya was furious. He had always regarded Lord Mengling as a target to surpass, but the other party was so disdainful. However, there was nothing they could do. The difference in strength between the two of them determined the difference in status. Wei Qing came back to his senses and stared at Yunxiao, who was now covered in ice. He still found it hard to believe that the man he had been most afraid of and regarded as his greatest enemy had died just like that. He's the master of the Divine Realm tablet. Wei Qing was still in a daze as he said in a daze. "TSK. You're too weak." Master Mengling mocked in disdain. "Not to mention the master of the Divine Realm tablet who hasn't even reached the realm of a world king. Many world kings have fallen. Why can't he die?" These words immediately rendered Wei Qing speechless. Xianxia was quietly embedded in the ice, his face still full of horror and lifelike expression. However, there were no signs of life. Wei Qing checked again, and only after confirming that Xianxia was really dead did he accept the fact. He asked, "What exactly is this ice? How can it be so powerful? Shouldn't the underworld fire be the strongest power in the land?" Perfected Lord Mengling's expression turned desolate as she looked at the huge icicle. Her gaze fell on Meng Wu and her brother, and she could not help but let out a long sigh as a look of grief flashed in her eyes. The Yellow Spring Dark Fire is indeed an item of the Earth Realm, and it is formed by the power of the realm. However, it is not the strongest power. Don't use your strongest power? Could it be that the strongest power is this ice element? Wei Qing was shocked. The elemental power of a world king can be restrained by this ice element. True Lord Mengling placed her hands behind her back, and her gaze became distant, as if she was thinking about something. The underworld fire and the crystal frost were owned by two seniors in the world king realm. The two of them, one yin and one yang, one righteous and one evil, restrained each other. Thus, they agreed to fight to the death in the void of the current Earth realm, and in the end, they both fell, forming the world that we are in now. Wei Qing was extremely shocked. Although this result was different from the Holy Demon's guess, it was essentially the same. As expected, the realm power had been broken by a powerful force, thus creating this realm pit. True Lord Mengling didn't know what he was thinking and continued. "The power of this exterminating crystal frost is indeed above that of the netherworld fire. Back then, Zhuokuan had gone through great pains to refine the underworld fire, but he had also narrowly escaped death and almost died under the exterminating crystal frost. Xianxia was too rash. How could such a reckless man lead the world to fight against the devil? Perhaps it's the will of the heavens to die here today." He even had a reproachful look on his face, as if he had misjudged someone. Wei Qing's heart burned with passion as he said, "True monarch, did Zhuokuan take the netherworld fire away back then? Or did he only take away a portion? Is the dark fire a pure fire?" True Lord Mengling looked at him thoughtfully, as if she had seen through his thoughts. After the battle between the two seniors, the power of ice and fire here reached a state of balance, mutually restraining and deriving from each other. Zhuokuan had indeed taken away a portion of the netherworld fire. Therefore, for the past 100,000 years, this land had been frozen, and it had even directly affected the divine capital and the holy region. This was the reason why the holy region was covered in snow all year round. After 100,000 years, the power of the dark fire has gradually recovered and is now able to compete with the Tuai crystal frost, but it's still far from it. Then what's the state of Meng Wu and her brother now? Wei Qing asked. Have their vitality also dissipated? He asked carefully, not daring to use the word die. He was afraid that if he angered perfected Lord Mengling, the consequences would be unpredictable. True Lord Mengling looked at him with interest, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up into a mocking smile. "You care about the siblings too? I'm just asking," Wei Qing replied awkwardly. "Furthermore, the two of them have been with me for a long time and we are both friends and teachers." What a good teacher and friend. I really don't blush when I say it. After ridiculing her, she said coldly, "If Li Yunxiao wasn't dead now, I might have sent you and your father to heaven." Wei Qing and his son's expressions changed drastically. Wei Qing frowned and asked in confusion, "What does it have to do with Li Yunxiao's death?" "That's because you and your son are still considered to be useful talents," True Lord Mengling sneered. Now that Yunxiao was dead, the heavenly martial realm was without a leader, and a new leader was needed to stabilize the situation. If Yi Qingyu from Xianli Island was willing to step in, he would be the best candidate. If he's not willing to come out, Wei Qing, you're considered a formidable character, and it might be fine for you to lead the Heavenly Martial Union. What? Wei Qing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that not only would perfected Lord Mengling not kill him, but she would also push him away as the Heavenly Martial Alliance's chief. Don't get so worked up, True Lord Mengling said disdainfully. This is just a case of a monkey claiming to be the king when there are no tigers in the mountains. If there were any other suitable candidates, I wouldn't have targeted you. What a pity, Yunxiao. His face was full of annoyance and resentment. He looked at the protruding part of the icicle and scolded, reckless and ignorant. It's fine if you die, but you've also implicated the world. Wei Qing snorted. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry when he heard perfected Lord Mengling's evaluation of him. But it was always a good thing to be able to hear the words of the Heavenly Martial Alliance's leader. How's Meng Wu and Meng Bai's condition now? Wei Qing asked. Since the netherworld fire is not as good as it used to be, can this adversity crystal frost be collected and refined? True Lord Mengling glared at him and scolded. If you want to die, you can try. I'm warning you. Don't you dare try anything funny. Now that the demonic tribulation is coming, I don't want you to die in vain. If you want to die, you should die on the battlefield of the demonic war. He was silent for a moment, his face full of sorrow, and said, As for the Mengu siblings, I don't know if they're dead or alive. Even if they're not dead, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. What? Wei Qing was shocked. Why can they hold on longer than Li Yunxiao? Could it be because of his special constitution? That's right. True Lord Mengling nodded. One of them had been affected by the underworld fire and had turned into a 5-poison body. One of them was affected by the Nie crystal frost, and the god-killing light appeared in his body. That's why I took the risk and let them try to absorb the crystal frost. But they failed. Don't be too sad, Senior Immortal, Wei Qing said. Everyone will die one day. It can only be said that it's the will of heaven. True Lord Mengling looked at him coldly and said, Are you curious why I didn't pursue the matter of you taking the siblings away? It's a little strange, why? Wei Qing's expression changed slightly and admitted, Because I've been watching your every move, Master Mengling said with a sneer. I know everything about Meng Wu and her brother in Yanwu, including how they were taken as Li Yunxiao's disciples and how you took them away. Arg! Then you're the one who ran. Wei Qing's palms were covered in cold sweat, and Wei Wuya's face was pale. The father and son seemed to get to know the man in front of them all over again in an instant, and they realized how terrifying he was. It seemed that everything was going according to his plan. True Lord Mengling's expression turned sorrowful as she looked at the brother and sister in the stone pillar. I originally hoped that they could live a peaceful life and not be affected by the power of the netherworld fire and the Tuai crystal frost. But they still can't escape their fate. It took Wei Qing a long time to calm the shock and fear in his heart. The father and son secretly looked at each other. Their eyes were full of fear, and their foreheads were full of sweat. He thought that he had done it flawlessly, but he did not expect that it had long been exposed under the eyes of others. He had thought that he was smart for decades, but it turned out that he was just a fool. Wei Qing's vulture-like face turned black as if he had suddenly realized that he had been naked in front of people for so many years. However, he was also a formidable person of his generation after all. He quickly calmed down and changed the topic. Let me try this exterminating crystal frost, maybe I can absorb it. I've recently refined a strange treasure called the Yin and Yang air bottle. It can absorb all things. One of the 3 saint weapons of the demon race? Perfected Lord Mengling frowned. Wei Qing nodded and raised his hand. Yin and Yang qi condensed and turned into a treasure bottle in his palm. True Lord Mengling's expression changed several times. After a while, she said, All right, you can try, but be careful. I don't want the strong warriors of the realm of heavenly martial arts to be completely chaotic. Don't worry, I won't get close to the crystal frost, Wei Qing said. He was still a little nervous. Even Yunxiao had died with a single touch, so the yin and yang qi bottle could not give him any confidence. Only when the holy demon continuously encouraged him to try did he make up his mind to try. Wei Qing's eyes were fixed on the icicle. Just as he was about to take out the treasure bottle, he suddenly let out an "ah," and in shock he took a few steps back with the treasure bottle. "What's wrong?" True Lord Mengling frowned. "You haven't even made a move and you're already scared." Wei Qing's mouth was wide open as he pointed at the protruding part of the icicle with his other hand and cried out, Li Yunxiao is not dead. I just saw him move." "What?" Startled, perfected Lord Mengling and the others hurriedly looked at Yunxiao. Yunxiao was frozen in a daze, and the horror on his face was still vivid, making it impossible for him to move. "You must be mistaken," Wei Wuya said in a deep voice. "Don't scare yourself." Wei Qing looked a few more times and asked suspiciously, "Did I really see wrong?" He felt a little absent-minded. He didn't think he was wrong, but after hearing what the two said, he felt that he was wrong. "Maybe Li Yunxiao's photo has cast a shadow in my heart, so I can't believe that he's dead." Wei Qing consoled himself in his heart and thought, "Yes, that's for sure. That must be it." After he calmed down, he raised his hand, and the yin and yang qi bottle flew out of his palm. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the icicle. Everyone's breath froze in an instant, as if time and space had suddenly stopped. Even the circulation of the yin and yang air bottles had stopped. Kala 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 kala. Countless cracks appeared on the protruding part of the ice pillar. Finally, a small piece exploded with a bang. The hearts of perfected Lord Mengling and the other three seemed to contract with the sound of cracking frost. Their blood froze as they widened their eyes and stared ahead. Bang! The crystal frost on the protruding part shattered, and countless energy exploded, sending a layer of ice-like energy wave. True Lord Mengling gasped and said, "Be careful! Quickly run!" When he finished speaking, he was already 1,000 feet away. Gongyang Zhengqi and the other two were even more frightened. Even someone as powerful as perfected Lord Mengling had fled. So how could they dare to stay? They instantly turned into rays of light and fled. The light blue crystal frost exploded, and a wave of air swept toward the three of them. Wei Wuya was slightly slower, and half of his body was struck by the crystal frost. It immediately became as hard as ice and he lost all feeling. His body staggered in the air and he almost fell down. Luckily, Wei Qing reacted quickly and exclaimed, "Father!" He reached out his hand. A powerful force descended like a dragon's claw, sweeping Wei Wuya up and sending him flying several dozen zhang away. Only then did the three of them land outside of the wave of air. They saw a circle of white powder on the ground, which quickly condensed into a mirror-like surface that shone on them. Yunxiao's feet were off the ground as he hovered quietly above the mirror, his body crackling with purple lightning. He let out a breath, and it immediately turned into ice in the air. Just now, when his last wisp of divine sense was about to be eroded by the crystal frost, a chill attacked his back, making his entire body and soul tremble at the same time. He took back the consciousness of that instant and immediately used purple lightning to shatter the crystal frost around him. Aren't you dead?" Wei Qing's face was filled with shock and disbelief. It wasn't just him. The other people's eyes almost popped out. Wei Wuya's face was even paler, and part of the crystal frost had invaded his body, causing half of his body to lose consciousness. Yunxiao's face darkened as he looked at Wei Qing and scolded, "Die your sister! I won't die even if you die, which eye of yours saw me die. This Bayan." Wei Qing was so stunned that he couldn't speak. He turned around and looked at true Lord Mengling in a daze. Perfected Lord Mengling was also dumbfounded. She shook her head, rubbed her eyes and said, "Why, you're really Li Yunxiao? He didn't die." Yunxiao sized him up and immediately understood his identity. "Senior Immortal wants me to die so badly? No, no, no." Perfected Lord Mengling shook her head hurriedly and looked happy. Yunxiao wanted to know the answer to that question as well. He had thought that he was going to die for sure. After all, his entire body was frozen, and only a wisp of spiritual sense was left in his sea of consciousness. struggling to support it. He secretly checked the things in the storage profound level weapons. It was one of the strange stones that emitted the chill that forced the power of the crystal frost away and saved his life. The Outworld Dark Stone. Xianxia was taken aback. He did not expect that this thing would save his life. He immediately recalled the origins of the Outworld Dark Stone and seemed to have caught on to something. Gongyang Zhengqi saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward and immediately tried to smooth things over. Haha. Isn't it better that you're not dead? In case there are no tigers in the mountains, some monkeys will jump out and claim to be kings. He was a little jealous and dissatisfied that perfected Lord Mengling had chosen Wei Qing as the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Seeing that Xianxia was not dead, he immediately became happy. Perfected Lord Mengling nodded and smiled as she stroked her beard. Right, it's naturally best that he's not dead. Li Xianxia, you can't be reckless again. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, her tone suddenly changed. She screamed as if she had been strangled in the middle of her sentence. Xianxia turned around and reached out his 5 fingers to hit the icicle again. Stop! Don't think that you'll be lucky enough to escape every time. True Lord Mengling shouted. But Xianxia paid her no mind as he pressed his palm against the icicle. Bang! A huge tremor came over. That ice pillar was actually left with a mark by him and did not freeze it. This by and perfected Lord Mengling and the others were completely dumbfounded. Their minds went blank as they looked on in a daze. After that, Xianxia threw out dozens of palm strikes and slimmed down the icicle. Then he was about to touch Meng Wu and Meng Bai. Meng Wu, Meng Bai, I'm here to save you. Xianxiao's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. He raised his hand again, and a nebula vortex appeared in his palm. An extremely cold aura emanated from it. The Outworld Dark Nether Stone could be vaguely seen on the vortex. Rays of golden light gathered around the profound abyss stone, forming a hexagonal formation that wrapped around the stone before striking the icicle. Boom! Large pieces of ice shattered, turning into circles of air waves that spread in all directions. But Xianxia was well prepared. A layer of purple lightning mixed with a faint light, intertwining into a complex color and flowing over his skin. When the crystal frost landed on the colorful light, it was shaken off, giving off a sha-sha sound. Perfected Lord Mengling and the others were shocked. They quickly retreated as they saw the crystal frost shooting toward them. The entire space seemed to be covered by this crystal frost. They condensed together and formed a 300-meter-wide crystal ball. It expanded the entire space and time seemed to have stopped. True Lord Mengling and the others were forced to retreat far away. They looked at the crystal ball in shock. It was round in shape, but it had thousands of corners, reflecting the image inside. Vaguely, they could see Xianxia saving Meng Wu and her brother. The 3 of them sat in an orderly manner, and Meng Wu and her brother each threw out a palm to face Yunxiao's palm. Wisps of green aura rose from Yunxiao's arm and then entered Meng Wu and her brother's bodies. This was the E with life force technique that little Qing had taught him before she left, and he was currently using it to help the siblings heal. When true Lord Mengling saw this, she couldn't help but feel ecstatic, and her body trembled with excitement. Wei Qing's face darkened. He glanced at him coldly and began to observe the crystal ball. Upon closer inspection, it was formed by the mutual attraction and rejection of countless frost particles. They did not stick to each other, but reached a balance with a subtle force. Wei Qing's mind turned a few times, and he seemed to have made up his mind. Suddenly, he took out his treasure bottle. A stream of yin and yang energy converged together and attacked the crystal ball. What are you doing? Perfected Lord Mengling was shocked and jumped up in anger. A killing intent flashed in his eyes as he instantly condensed his palm and slapped toward Wei Qing. The power of the 2 qis struck the crystal ball, causing it to spin and change its shape. Finally, it condensed into a hexagonal shape and stabilized. I just want to help Li Xianxia. He's trapped in there, and it's difficult for him to protect himself, let alone save Meng Wu and Meng Bai. Wei Qing felt the killing intent from perfected Lord Mengling and hurriedly dodged, not wanting to fight him head-on. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking, perfected Lord Mengling sneered. The power of the adversity surpassing crystal frost is very strange and sensitive. If there was a way, would I not help? Do I need you to teach me? He struck out several palm strikes in a row, forcing Wei Qing to take back his treasure bottle to fight and to have no time to care about the crystal ball. Gongyang Xianxia also took a step forward and pressed his aura onto Wei Wuya. He said coldly, "Lord Wuya, you should take care of yourself first." Wei Wuya's expression changed drastically. "True monarch, please stop and let's talk this out." He had always called perfected Lord Mengling as Old Man Meng, but now he had to use a respectful address. After pushing Wei Qing back a few thousand feet, true Lord Mengling's face turned cold. "Whoever dares to mess around at this time will be buried in this land forever and be roasted by the fire. It was my son's recklessness. I won't do it again," Wei Wuya said. He gave Wei Qing a reproachful look. He didn't understand why Wei Qing, a very calm person, would suddenly do such an impulsive thing. Wei Qing's expression changed several times as he gloomily stared ahead and transmitted his voice. "Holy demon, do you really have the confidence to suppress a creation realm expert?" "Don't worry." The holy demon transmitted its voice and said, "It's difficult to kill him, but it can still suppress him for a while. After that, you can use the yin and yang energy to corrode the hardshell crystal frost and put it all into the bottle. As for the 3 people in the crystal ball, they can't even defend themselves from the erosion of the crystal frost, so they can't do anything." "Are you sure?" Wei Qing gritted his teeth again. "If you attack now, there's no turning back." The holy demon chuckled and said, "Wealth comes from danger. From what I know of you, you're not so wishy-washy and cowardly. Once we succeed, we'll immediately find a crack and return to the devil world. In addition to the transforming Qilin demon bone, it's a matter of time before you reach the manifestation stage." "Good. Let's bet." Wei Qing's face darkened, and his eyes turned cold. "Perfected Lord Mengling, don't be too arrogant. Today, I'm going to have a taste of your strength." The aura on his body instantly exploded to the extreme, and his entire face appeared somewhat sinister as he walked forward step by step. Perfected Lord Mengling furrowed her brows. Although she was looking at him coldly, she was suspicious. That was strange. He knew Wei Qing very well. He was also a formidable person of his generation and would rarely do things that he had no choice. "Qing, Wei Wuya was shocked. "Father." Wei Qing interrupted his father and said, "Father, you can just suppress Gongyang Xianxia. Leave the rest to me." Wei Wuya's mouth was wide open in shock, not knowing what had happened. "Humph. I'll leave the rest to you, so I'll give myself to you first." Perfected Lord Mengling felt that something was amiss and immediately attacked without regard for her status. With a flash, he appeared in front of Wei Qing and pressed down with his 5 fingers. The sharp sound of breaking the air reverberated from his fingertips. With an ear-piercing chi-chi sound, the power of the entire area was condensed and pressed toward Wei Qing. Wei Qing's body instantly changed shape. In his shock, a demonic shadow suddenly flashed on his body, and a black light appeared in front of him. Bang! Perfected Lord Mengling's right palm struck the black shadow, instantly shattering it. However, his entire arm suddenly became sluggish. He found that it was difficult to circulate his true essence, as if it was bound by some kind of force. "This is the black demonic art black robe." The black vines wrapped around Perfected Lord Mengling's arms and extended upwards, instantly binding her entire body and tightening it. Wei Wuya and Gongyang Xianxia were unable to react to this sudden change, and even Wei Qing himself was a little shocked. After the black demonic vine wrapped around her, one of its branches extended and stopped 3 feet in front of her. A demonic flower bloomed. True Lord Mengling's face was gloomy as she said coldly, "Wei Qing, you've actually joined the devil too. I've really misjudged you." Wei Qing's face was solemn and he didn't say a word. He also stared at the demon flower. The flower bud gradually unfolded, and the petals opened one by one. It directly bloomed in front of everyone's eyes. Gongyang Xianxia and Wei Wuya couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They felt that the visual difference was too great, and their eyes couldn't bear it. Even though Perfected Lord Mengling and Wei Qing were calm people, They couldn't accept the fact that there was a head inside the flower. Its head was alive, with a sharp chin and distinct facial features. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, which were like the sea of stars. It shouted, "Hurry up and do!" Wei Qing's body trembled as he came to his senses. This head was the holy demon. He no longer had any doubts and suddenly jumped up. He made a hand seal and at the same time he sacrificed the treasure bottle. A large amount of yin and yang qi appeared and eroded the crystal ball. "What's going on, Qinger?" Wei Wuya asked in shock. Wei Qing was busy making hand seals and casting spells, so he had no time to pay attention to him. Gongyang Jingqi sneered. What else could it be? He must have colluded with the devil race. He really deserves to die. He immediately raised his spear and turned into a stream of light, stabbing towards Wei Qing. Bang! As soon as the spear attack was unleashed, Wei Wuya caught up and slapped down with his palm. Don't jump to conclusions before you're clear about the matter. Gongyang Jingqi only felt that there was an infinite amount of power on the spear. His arm sank down, and he was secretly shocked. Although he had also reached the Void Realm, he seemed to be slightly weaker than Wei Wuya. An unconvinced feeling welled in his heart. He kicked the spearhead up and stabbed it towards the center of Gongyang Jingqi's brows. He sneered, "The truth is right in front of you. What do you mean by randomly making conclusions?" Chi chi. The battle spear struck out with countless afterimages, but it still passed by Wei Wuya's side, unable to harm him at all. If we want to convict him of colluding with the devil race, then this old man and old man Meng are here. Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here, Wei Wuya said angrily. In his anger, his killing intent rose. He opened and closed his palms, instantly pushing Gongyang Jingqi back. At that moment, perfected Lord Mengling's heart was in turmoil. She realized that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from the vines. Every time she tried, the vines would get closer to her, and she was covered in blood. Who are you? True Lord Mengling stared at the head inside the demon flower and felt a chill in her heart. He was a creation realm expert and he was in the land's home ground, yet he was actually suppressed to the point where he could not move. The other party's strength was almost obvious, but he could not believe it. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you. The holy demon's eyes rolled a few times before it chuckled and said, As for my name, if I'm not wrong, it should be Ji. Stop? You're a holy demon. Perfected Lord Mengling finally asked the question in her heart as she stared at Emoji. I guess so, said Jishao. True Lord Mengling's heart turned cold as she said angrily, If it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. What do you mean by considered? After thinking for a while, he felt that it was not easy to answer. This was because he had once been a holy demon, but now that his strength had dropped, he was no longer one. He didn't feel comfortable saying that he wasn't a holy demon. However, at his level he disdained to lie. It's a little complicated. I don't want to discuss this topic with you anymore, he said. All right, then what's your purpose? Perfected Lord Mengling asked. For the sake of this calamity crystal frost. Ji said, L didn't have any purpose in the beginning, but now I guess so. It was a last-minute decision. What's your relationship with Wei Qing? She asked. Don't make wild guesses, said Ji laughed. He didn't collude with the demons. We just helped each other and became good friends. Upon hearing this, both perfected Lord Mengling and Wei Wuya heaved a sigh of relief. After all, Wei Qing's strength and status were not low. If he colluded with the devil race, he would be another Lu Congzi, which would have a great negative impact on Tianyi Nivmi martial arts realm. Thus, he changed the name of this holy demon to Kuan. Help each other? True Lord Mengling asked. Then what is your purpose? The judge's face darkened. The more you know, the easier it is to die. Perfected Lord Mengling furrowed her brows and stopped talking. However, she was calculating rapidly in her mind, trying to find a way to break free. The referee seemed to have read his mind and laughed. Don't waste your time. You won't be able to come out before Wei Qing gets the disaster crystal frost. But I won't kill you. Don't worry, we'll retreat immediately after we get the crystal frost. A cold glint flashed in perfected Lord Mengling's eyes. In that case, although I don't know the reason, your power must be limited and you can't completely suppress us. The referee suddenly became alert. His face was filled with killing intent as he shouted, "What do you want to do?" The demonic chi of the demonic vine was flowing towards Lord Mengling, and with the roar of the referee, it sped up and tightened. Blood oozed out of Lord Mengling's body, and she groaned as her face turned pale. Although he was in a sorry state, the corners of his mouth curled up coldly as he said in a cold voice, "In that case, I've really guessed it." With that, golden light suddenly rose from his body. He struggled with all his might for a few times, but his body was continuously torn apart by the vines. Blood gurgled out, but the cold smile on his face grew brighter. Delusional! Yi's expression changed and he shouted in anger. He opened his mouth and spat out something. That thing was pitch black and had a gel-like texture. It continuously crawled out of the Kuin's mouth and followed the vine. True Lord Mengling looked at the approaching black gel in shock and said, What is this?" Before he could finish, the thing slowly climbed up his body and spread out like a layer of water film, wrapping his entire body in an instant. True Lord! When Gongyang Zhengqi saw this, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright and cry out in pain. However, true Lord Mengling was completely wrapped up by the sticky substance. She was like a dead cocoon, and there was no response. However, Yi's expression wasn't good either. Other than the head, a right hand also stretched out from the demonic flower, its 5 fingers forming a seal. Wei Wuya blocked Gongyang Zhengqi's path and coldly said, "I advise you to be smart. Since this lord said that he won't hurt you, there's naturally a way out. However, if you are smart, you may not be able to survive." Gongyang Zhengqi's face turned gloomy. He held his spear tightly with both hands, and his heart was anxious. Not far away, Wei Qing had completely unsealed the treasure bottle, and the terrifying yin and yang qi turned into a vortex that invaded the crystal and disintegrated its structure. As time quickly passed, the crystal began to make rustling sounds, and all of the crystal frost began to tremble and jump as if it was boiling. Ka-la! Suddenly, a small piece of the crystal was peeled off, and the entire crystal-like body instantly collapsed, turning into countless crystal dust that flew into the yin-yang dual air bottle. Wei Qing was overjoyed. He stared at the crystal dust greedily and trembled with excitement. Just as the crystal frost was about to fly into the treasure bottle, time and space suddenly stopped. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The countless crystal frost flew around the mouth of the bottle and then flew back. Wei Qing's eyes widened in shock as he watched the duck that was about to enter his mouth fly away. Yi's body trembled as well. "How could this be?" he exclaimed. "It's Lao AI." He looked behind the sky full of crystal frost and saw Yunxiao standing up at some point and slapping his hand forward. A golden array was drawn out in his palm and it was rotating slowly. The crystal frost was attracted by the array and flew up, spinning continuously. Under Yi's distraction, cracks immediately appeared on the thin film trapping Lord Mengling. She was torn apart from the inside like silk, and all the vines were cut off by a sharp light. After she was freed, she was filled with anger as stars and clouds swirled around her palms. Originally, he thought that the other party would definitely make a move as soon as he escaped, but he found that there was no such thing. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and then turned to look behind him. What's going on? True Lord Mengling was also completely dumbfounded. She had only been trapped for a short while, so how could she have changed so much? The crystal frost kept spinning in front of Yunxiao's palm, and in the end, it all gathered on his palm, growing thicker and thicker. Wei Qing was the first to come back to his senses, and he roared in anger, "Li Yunxiao, you dare to snatch my things!" Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to it as he stared carefully at the crystal frost. The outworld dark stone floating in his palm seemed to have a repulsive and attractive force to the crystal frost, as if they were of the same origin. He raised his eyes and glanced at Wei Qing, then said indifferently, "What did you just say? My ears aren't good. I don't understand." "Li Yunxiao, Wei Qing was so angry that he shouted. The other party's ruffian-like appearance was obviously mocking him. He immediately said angrily, "If I can't get it, then you can forget about getting it." In a flash, he appeared in front of the yin and yang qi bottle, took it back, and then leaped down to attack Yunxiao. Demonic runes began to appear on Wei Qing's arms, and his face was suffused with black qi. It was obvious that he had cultivated a demonic technique, and it had been cultivated to a rather high level. "Oh, you're quite something, even I was fooled." Yunxiao looked at him coldly as he raised his left hand and made a grabbing motion at the sky. Suddenly, with a pala sound, a large amount of lightning gathered and flickered in his palm. The purple light spread out like a net, splitting the earth and sending rocks flying. Boom! The moment Wei Qing crashed into the lightning, he cried out in pain. The lightning immediately crawled all over his body. He struggled a few times like an ant and was bounced away by the power of the lightning. He fell to the ground far away and slid for hundreds of feet before he stabilized his body. Wei Qing looked at his arm in horror. It had just been charred black by the purple lightning. His heart was in a frenzy. How could the gap be so great? In just a moment, all the frost crystals had attached themselves to the outworld dark stone and completely covered it, turning it into a light blue stone the size of a watermelon. Yunxiao trembled in fear when he sensed the terrifying aura exuded by the crystal frost. He could not control this power at all. Right now, it was only attached to the outworld dark stone, but he did not know if there would be any other changes in the future. With a flip of his hand, Yunxiao put away the watermelon-sized crystal ball. With his hands behind his back, he glanced coldly at the few people, and his eyes finally fell on the judge. Meng Wu and Meng Bai were sitting cross-legged behind him, meditating and cultivating. They seemed to be breathing steadily, as if they were out of danger. After the attack, Wei Qing calmed down, but his heart fell to the bottom. He knew that the hard-to-get crystal frost had nothing to do with him. He gritted his teeth. "You actually came prepared. How did you do it?" Yunxiao smiled. He was not prepared at all. It was just a coincidence. If not for the outworld dark stone, he would have been dead. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver and secretly rejoice. Yunxiao ignored him, but turned to the judge and said sarcastically, "Tsk, are you new here? He looks unfamiliar." He grunted and kept all the vines back into his body. He turned into a stream of light and flew toward Wei Qing, entering the yin-yang dual air bottle. Yunxiao turned his eyes to Wei Qing and the bottle. That person just now was an artifact spirit? Wei Qing also put away the treasure bottle and looked at him coldly, snorting, "Why should I tell you? That's not a weapon spirit," True Lord Mengling said. "That demon is a holy demon." "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback, and he even lost his composure. He found it hard to believe rationally, but there was no way perfected Lord Mengling would lie to him. "If that demon is a holy demon, why is he hiding?" he asked in shock. Could it be that his strength has dropped? After all, he was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was able to point out the key point in an instant. "You don't need to know that," Wei Qing said coldly. "Now that I've accompanied you to the end of the Earth realm, it's your turn to accompany me to the demon realm." Yunxiao frowned. "There's a holy demon in your bottle, and you asked me to go to the devil realm with you. You won't kill me as soon as I step into the devil realm, will you?" He began to be cautious, especially when he touched the Tuoi crystal frost and almost lost his life. It made him even more wary. "What, you're afraid now?" Wei Qing raised his eyebrows and sneered. Yunxiao smiled and admitted generously, "Of course I'm afraid. I'm not invincible. Could it be that you're trying to break our appointment?" Wei Qing said coldly. "It's not about breaking the appointment," Yunxiao said. "It's about my own safety. Do you think I'm that stupid to follow you to the devil world knowing that I'm going to die?" "What a coward," Wei Qing sneered. "Don't worry. I have my own reasons for going to the demon realm. I'm definitely not looking for trouble with you." Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest and said indifferently, "I'm sorry. I'm still worried. You've really hidden yourself well. You've been carrying a holy demon with you all day, and it's actually so airtight." It's too terrifying. Wei Qing's face was full of embarrassment as he said angrily, "You're the scary one, aren't you? You can even subdue the excruciating crystal frost at will, and you even pretended not to know anything. Damn, you're really good at pretending." Wei Qing recalled the scene just now, and his face couldn't help but turn black. The duck that was already in his mouth had already flown away. The crystal frost circled around his treasure bottle and left, and the shadow in his heart continued to expand. Yunxiao was too lazy to explain. "Cut the crap," he said. "In any case, if you don't give me an explanation, don't expect me to go to the devil world with you. Also, tell me the origin of that holy demon." He paused for a moment before continuing. Wei Qing was annoyed. "I don't even know his background. I only just learned his name. How am I supposed to explain it to you?" "Oh, Ingluo." Yunxiao nodded and said with a smile, "Then just tell me everything you know." Wei Qing's face was extremely dark. He didn't say a word, but in fact, he was communicating with the referee. "This man is very terrifying," he said in a deep voice. "With his help, the trip to the demonic world should be much easier." Wei Qing said, "You mean you want him to come along? However, if he were to fight with me for the Qilin transforming demon bone again." "Hee. Haha. Don't you worry about that." Louis laughed. "There's more than one Qilin demon bone, and it can only be used once, so you'll definitely have a share." "All right, since you've said it, I don't mind. I'll tell you everything about your background." "Tell me, it's not a big secret," the referee said. Wei Qing then explained the cause and effect of the skeleton and the yin and yang air bottle, including the matter of the transforming Qilin fiend bone. He knew that he could not lie in front of Yunxiao, so he told him everything. "Qilin demon bone?" Yunxiao's heart burned with excitement, and his eyes shone as he said in surprise, "Directly break through to the creation realm." Wei Qing grunted. "There's no such good thing. It's just increasing the chances of success. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem." Gongyang Jingqi also licked his lips and asked, "I'm also quite interested in this. Moreover, according to what you said, there's more than one piece of the Hualin demon bone. It should be divided among many people." Wei Qing looked at him in disdain and sneered. "When I said many people, I didn't include you. I don't have any intention of working with you. With your puny strength, you'll only be a burden if you stay with us." Gongyang Zhengqi said angrily, "Wei Qing, if you're not convinced, let's fight. If I win, then let me go with you." Although he really wanted to go, he still turned to look at True Lord Mengling for his opinion. True Lord Mengling was silent for a moment before saying, "It's indeed a bit difficult for you to go to the demon realm with your strength. The biggest problem isn't strength, but the suppression of the realm power." Yunxiao had the demonic weapon of 6 paths, so he was not afraid. Wei Qing also cultivated demonic arts, and with the help of a saint weapon and a holy demon, he would probably be fine. Although you have the great samsara wheel in your hands, you have no way to resist the power of the realm. Gongyang Jingqi revealed a difficult expression and was filled with disappointment. Wei Qing sneered, "You're right. It's all for your own good. A minion should be like a minion. Don't fantasize about being the main character all day." "You coward." Gongyang Zhengqi's face turned green with anger. He stared at Wei Qing with eyes full of resentment, wishing he could chop him to death. "This trip to the devil realm will be fraught with danger if we're not careful," Yunxiao said. "It's better to have fewer people than more." He didn't agree with Gongyang Jingqi following them to the devil world. First of all, as True Lord Mengling had said, Gongyang Jingqi, who was suppressed by the world power, wasn't of much use. Next, he had an even more important mission, which was to hold Mo Yuan back and buy time for the realm of heavenly martial arts. Moreover, he did not tell Wei Qing about this mission. If Wei Qing knew that he would be pursued by a saint demon as soon as he entered the demon world, he would rather join forces with Gongyang Zhengqi than find him. True Lord Mengling didn't know about the saint demon Yuan, so she only nodded and said, "It's good for you to go to the devil realm to inquire about information, in case the information is not equal, and our side is really at a disadvantage." "When are you leaving?" Wei Qing urged. "The faster the better." Not being able to get the Kuang-yi crystal frost had made him feel very irritated. He had been impatient for a long time and wanted to go to the demon world now to find the Hualin demon bone. Yun Xiao looked back at Meng Wu and Meng Bai and said, "After they wake up, let them regain their memories, then we'll go." "How long do we have to wait?" Wei Qing frowned and said unhappily. "You're the one who sowed this seed of karma," Yun Xiao sneered. "Are you so impatient that you can't even wait for a few days? I don't know how long it will take, maybe 3 to 5 days, maybe 3 to 5 years. Wei Qing knew that he was deliberately making fun of him, but what he said was right. No one was sure how long it would take to heal and enter a meditative state, so he took the initiative to say, "Since that's the case, I'll remove the seal for them after I return." "Haha," Yun Xiao teased. "Are you sure you can come back? If I die inside, who should I go to?" "Whatever you say, I don't have time to wait for you," Wei Qing said angrily. "At most, I'll go to the devil realm myself. Without the church's guidance, don't even think about getting the Qilin demon bone." True Lord Mengling, who had been silent all this time, finally said, "Li Yun Xiao, you go with him. I've already removed the brand in the sea of consciousness of Mengwu and her brother." "What?" The rest of the people were shocked. Wei Qing glared at her, but when he saw her cold eyes, he immediately retracted his gaze. "Really?" Yun Xiao was surprised. "Really?" The imprint was extremely strong, and even with his divine sense, he did not dare to test it. "Of course it's true," True Lord Mengling replied. "The siblings' bodies were affected by the power of the Earth realm. With the special environment here, it was very easy to remove the imprint. And from what I can see, the two of them must have gained a lot when they were trapped in the Tuoi crystal frost, and they need a long time to digest it." Yun Xiao looked at the brother and sister in silence, recalling their young and tender looks in the past. One was weak and helpless, and the other was determined to learn the tiger-taming fist. He couldn't help but smile, his expression softening as he said, "Then the two of you can stay here and be protected by true monarch." Wei Qing and his son looked at each other and followed closely. The three of them quickly disappeared into the land, leaving only True Lord Mengling and Gongyang Jingqi. After a long silence, True Lord Mengling suddenly said, "Are you blaming me for not letting you go to the devil world? Your subordinate wouldn't dare." Gongyang Jingqi was startled. "True monarch's words are true. If I go to the devil realm, I'll most likely die there." "It's good that you understand," perfected Lord Mengling nodded. "Although we've lost the Tuoi crystal frost and the underworld fire, it's still an opportunity for us." Gongyang Zhengqi was pleasantly surprised. "True sovereign means Wufu? If the two elements were still here, we wouldn't be able to get close to this place," perfected Lord Mengling said. "Now, after the two elements have left, we can absorb the remaining power and improve our cultivation." Gongyang Jingqi's heart palpitated with excitement. He naturally knew the power of these two great elemental forces. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, and the depression of not being able to go to the demon realm was swept away. After Yun Xiao and Wei Qing left the land, they went straight back to Yanwu through the teleportation array in the Holy Region. "Has Lord Mu Di not returned yet?" Yun Xiao asked. "Yes, Lord Mu Di has yet to send back any news. It's good that big brother Yun Xiao is back. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to suppress it if something happens suddenly without the two city masters around." Ding Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The worries she had these days were finally put down. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, frowned with worry as he sat down in the main hall and fell into deep thought. "Don't worry, big brother Yun Xiao," Ding Ling said. "Lord Mu Di has only gone to Mysterious Separation Island. They probably had a good chat, so he has not returned yet." "All right, I hope so. I'll be in seclusion for 3 days," Yun Xiao said. "Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. At the same time, have Lord Amaterasu prepare a few more demon-vanquishing blades and demon-warding pennant." "Yes." Ding Ling nodded and noted it down. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Yun Xiao began to concentrate on his seclusion. He had managed to secure 3 days' time after discussing with Wei Qing. Wei Qing also returned to his own domain, but he was too impatient to cultivate. In the secret chamber, Yunxiao took out the Mia crystal frost and carefully observed it. His divine sense swept over and was immediately frozen by the power of the crystal frost. His mind became sluggish and almost short-circuited. He was so scared that he hurriedly cut off his divine sense and didn't dare to try again. The outworld dark stone was completely invisible. It was completely covered by the Tuoi crystal frost and was in a stable state. This thing is too powerful. 3 days is far from enough to refine it. I can only slowly comprehend it. Yunxiao heaved a long sigh. Suddenly, he thought of Al and wanted to ask her to study it with him. However, when he thought of the terrifying cold chi that could even freeze divine sense, he immediately gave up. If anything happened to Al Hui, not only would he feel uneasy, but he would also be unable to explain to the demon race. I'll think of a way to comprehend this after I return from the devil realm. He stared at the ice watermelon for a while, then put it back into the divine realm tablet with a wave of his hand and began to heal his injuries. When he was chosen by the Chu-E crystal frost, although he didn't die, his body was damaged. He immediately used the E-Wood vitality technique to repair his body. For a moment, the green gas in the secret room floated, just like the heavenly Martial continent, which had been growing and disappearing for many years. 3 days later, they arrived one after another and gathered in the city lord's mansion. A total of 4 people, Wei Qing, Xiao Hong, Chu Hongyan, and Fei and I, followed Yunxiao into the devil realm. The 5 of them each put away a set of anti-magic blades and anti-magic armor. Although at their level, this kind of equipment was not of much help, it was better than nothing. Moreover, no one knew whether the journey to the demon world would be good or bad. In addition, 3 fiend essence locks were made with all their efforts, and they were given to Yunxiao and his 2 female confidants. Wei Qing and Xiao Hong naturally didn't get a share. The 2 of them protested strongly, but after no results, they could only give up. The only stable rifts that can allow us to enter the devil realm are the Red Moon City, the ancient Devil's Well, and the Tiandang Mountains, Ding Ling said. We're closely monitoring these 3 locations, and we've set up several floating cities to block the entrances with great formations. Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, the Tiandang Mountains have been unstable since ancient times. It is the oldest crack, and the space inside is extremely complicated. It is the worst choice. The ancient Devil's Well was suppressed by the 9 Palace Talisman. If he wanted to enter, he had to remove the talisman. There was no need to. Let's enter from the Red Moon City. Judging from the situation during the battle, this crack is much larger than we imagined, so we should be able to pass through safely. Brother Yunxiao, you and I have the same idea, Ding Ling said with a smile. From all the signs, it's the safest way to pass through the top of the Red Moon City. Since they had no other choice, they didn't waste any more time and immediately flew toward the teleportation formation. A moment later, under the powerful formation light, several figures disappeared directly from the formation and headed towards Red Moon City.